When I was thinking about it afterwards, it came to my mind that in one way or the other, all speeches have one common issue, one common theme. They were all about loneliness, or at least the danger of becoming lonely. Robert Menasse spoke about the sparrow, the bird who lies on its back with its legs in the air and who tries to prevent the sky from falling down. He wonders, said Robert Menasse, how little legs there are in the air. I quote, "Can we really not imagine what the strengthening of nationalism and xenophobic ideologies mean?" In another way, Basil Kerski spoke about the loneliness he feels from time to time by running a center for solidarity, the Solidarność Center in Gdansk, a European center for solidarity. And if I got him right, he identified two reasons for feeling lonely from time to time. The one is obvious, the growing nationalism in his own country. The other one is maybe not that obvious. If I got him right, he spoke about the tendency in other parts of Europe, not at least in the western part of Europe, to turn their backs towards his center, his country, or the region, the Central and Eastern European countries. How narrowly do we define solidarity? Do we define solidarity was the question Basil Kerski asked. And last but not least, A.L. Kennedy, with her brilliant poem, Bitter and Hopeful at the Same Time. I quote, "We are small things prone to loneliness. We have so little left to keep us from it. Our headlines punch us every morning, and our pain makes us selfish. Our compassion has withered, even for ourselves." Maybe this loneliness or this feeling of becoming lonely is the main reason why we are here, why you are here, why all the other participants are there, to counter this loneliness, to turn to each other, and finally, this afternoon, to build an alliance. What are we going to do today? Maybe a short view to the program. The program is mainly made of two or three parts today. The first one, we will show two very short movies about the Academy and its European commitment. Then we will hear the address by Monika Grütters, the Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and Media. I will come back to it later. The second part is another input, this time by Bénédicte Savoy and Philipp Ther, who will address us and speak about Europe. We will have, after these speeches, we will have some time, not too much time, but some time for remarks or for questions, be it here from Berlin or from the participants outside. And the third and final and maybe most important part of the day will be the discussion about the manifesto in the afternoon. This discussion, I have to say it because we are live streamed for not only for the participants, but for everyone who is interested. At the moment, this third part, the discussion, is only internal. It is only for the registered participants. It is not it is live streamed to the Zoom participants, but it is not live streamed for the public. And then I have to mention there is, for the participants here, for you in Berlin, unfortunately only for you in Berlin, there is a fourth part or an offer to you from the Academy after the conference around 5:30 in the afternoon, early evening. There will be a guided tour for the current exhibition on the ground floor. You might have seen it already. An exhibition by the famous photographers of the famous agency Ostkreuz, which is called Continent in Search of Europe. Second technical remark, the same as yesterday evening, the usual short reference to the pandemic regulations. For those who are present here in Berlin, first of all, please wear your mask when you leave your table. At the table, you can sit there as you do it without masks. Please show, second one, please show solidarity and keep distance. And please understand that the Academy is obliged to collect your data. We're now going to start with two short movies. The one is about the Academy, and the other one is about the European commitment of its Academy members. Maybe I can get the voice. Thank you. So maybe we should have added that it was a movie without voice. In particular, to those outside, don't worry if you haven't heard anything. We haven't heard anything either here in Berlin. It was a movie without voice. To be honest, we have the little problem. It's always a problem if you have speakers from the government with the timing. It is said that Mrs. Grütters is going to arrive in a couple of minutes, so I will use the time. We won't show the second movie I announced, and use the time to announce Mrs. Grütters and maybe to explain to those from outside who she is and what she is doing. In the manifesto we are going to discuss this afternoon, we have, or there is, at the very end, there is one sentence which is very simple and very challenging. We demand that art and culture become an important part of European politics. Wir fordern, dass Kunst und Kultur ein wichtiger Teil der europäischen Politik werden. The emphasis in the sentences is on the becoming, because becoming an important part of European politics means that they are not yet, or not yet enough. Ms. Grütters is the one in the German government who is the right one to address why it is not yet part of European politics, because she is Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and Media, in German die Bundesbeauftragte für Kultur und Medien, Staatsminister, Federal State Minister, maybe in English. Maybe we should explain to those who are not so familiar with German cultural policy that this office was only created 20 years ago, in 1998. She is the fifth in office, and she always has to handle and to balance between the so-called Kulturhoheit, the so-called cultural sovereignty of the Bundesländer, and that what the federal state is doing. In Germany, as in some other countries, the cultural sovereignty lies with the Länder, with the 16 states, be it Bavaria, Saxony, North Rhine-Westphalia, or Berlin, the capital where we are here. So, in some way, it is a case of shared sovereignty, something we know from the European Union very well. But nevertheless, the Federal Commissioner has an important task, and she has not little money to promote and fund cultural projects. To put it in a picture, Ms. Grütters has her office in the Chancellery, not far away from the office of Mrs. Merkel, but she is also present at the cabinet meetings. But if it comes to a decision in the cabinet, but I don't know whether there are any formal decisions which are voted, but if there would one, she has no vote in the meetings. Monika Grütters herself is in office since 2013, the fifth one and the second woman in office. She is member of the Christian Democratic Union, of the party of the Chancellor. She was chairwoman of her party in Berlin. She is member of parliament since 2005. And before she started and entered her political career, she worked as in the present PR office of the Bonn Opera, of the Museum for Transportation and Technology in Berlin, and in a publishing house. In other words, she knows what she's talking about if she's talking about culture and media. So these are all I wanted to say and all I wanted to introduce to Ms. Grütters, but she is not yet there. Maybe we can have a short notice whether she has already arrived or whether we should do something other. Maybe you can help me. I don't hear anything. We have 2 minutes left. So she is already downstairs. She is already downstairs. If I may, I can try to improvise a little bit, but I don't want to bore you, and I don't want to be too ridiculous, maybe I can leave you 1 minute with silence, preparing yourself for the speech and the address of Minister Grütters. Thank you. So there are already a couple of people outside, so we should start. Give me, okay. So we can break the silence. I can explain to you that the movie or the pictures we see behind, that was the second movie we wanted to show you. These are members of the Academy. It's again without voice, but with statements of the members of the Academy, what they think about Europe, what they think about if they are thinking about Europe, and about their European commitment. We will look this. We can watch this, and afterwards, the car is already here. I have the information, so afterwards, we should start with the address.
Sehr geehrte Frau Staatsministerin, Professor Grütters, liebe Monika, liebe
Professor
Bénédicte
Grütters, dear
Savoy,
Monika, dear Bénédicte
lieber
Savoy,
Philipp Ther, ist er schon da?
dear Philipp Ther, is he here
Und noch
already?
einmal, lieber Robert Menasse,
And dear Robert Menasse,
liebe
once more.
Allianzteilnehmende.
Dear members
Heute
of the
jährt sich zum
Alliance,
ersten Mal die
e
erschütternde
even more
antisemitische Anschlag auf die jüdische Gemeinde in Halle
in
an Yom
times
Kippur.
of, I want to remember one more on the attacks on Yom Kippur on the Jewish community.
Antisemitischer Gewalt in Deutschland wieder mehr in den
I
öffentlichen
still
Raum
wonder
schieben konnte.
how this
Was ist mit
extremist
unserer
violence
Aufklärungsarbeit?
could explode in German
Was
public
mit unseren Bemühungen
space.
Toleranz?
What about our tolerance?
Erst
What about our
recht
work?
in Zeiten einer Pandemie ist es
Even more in
notwendig
times of a
und
pandemic,
hoffentlich ein
it
gutes
is
Zeichen,
wonderful and hopefully
fast allen
a
Ländern
good
der
sign
Europäischen
that
Union
nearly all
Vertreterinnen und
countries of the
Vertreter
European
an dieser
Union are taking
Konferenz
part at this
teilnehmen.
conference,
Entweder persönlich hier vor Ort oder
either
online
as
zugeschaltet.
physical or as online
Seit meinem
participants.
Amtsantritt
Let me
als
say,
Präsidentin der
since
Akademie
I
der
have been a
Künste
president
vor
of the
5
Academy of
Jahren
Arts
verfolge ich die
5 years
Idee der
ago,
Gründung dieser europäischen
I
Allianz
wanted to found this Alliance of European Academies, and I'm grateful that we're finally
Lassen Sie mich
there.
die Länder einmal aufzählen.
Let me say the names of the participating
Belgien,
countries:
Bulgarien, Dänemark,
Belgium,
Deutschland,
Bulgaria,
Estland,
Denmark,
Finnland, Frankreich,
Estland, France,
Griechenland,
Finland,
Irland,
Greece,
Italien,
Ireland,
Kroatien,
Italy,
Lettland,
Latvia, Lithuania,
Litauen,
Luxembourg,
Niederlande,
Netherlands,
Österreich, Polen,
Austria, Poland, Portugal,
Rumänien,
Romania,
Schweden,
Sweden, Slovakia, Slovenia,
Tschechien,
Spain, Czech
Ungarn,
Republic,
Zypern,
Hungary,
und auch
Cyprus, and
Norwegen
also
und
Norway
Großbritannien.
and the United Kingdom.
Ihnen allen ein herzliches Willkommen.
To all of you, a
Gestern
warm
Abend hat uns Robert
welcome.
Menasse das Bild
Yesterday
vom
evening,
Spatzen
Robert Menasse gave us the
der seine
picture of
Beinchen in
the
die Luft
sparrow
streckt und
stretching
versucht,
its
dass der
legs in
Himmel
the
nicht
air,
auf die Welt
trying to
herunterfällt.
prevent the sky from falling down on the
Ich will
world.
sein schönes Bild nicht
I don't want to
überfordern,
overstrain
aber ich
this
musste,
beautiful picture,
wie viele
but
von
it
Ihnen
came to my mind,
wahrscheinlich auch,
as maybe for many of
unwillkürlich
you,
daran denken, dass dieser Spatz,
that this
der
sparrow
einfach
who
sagt,
simply
dass
says
das tut, was
that
kann,
he does what he
ein
can
schönes Bild für
is
unseren
a
Versuch hier
very
ist,
beautiful image for
einem
our
Manifest
attempt here today
das zu tun,
to
was wir
do
können.
what we can with a
Es
manifesto.
war gestern ein schöner
It was a good
Einführungsabend, an dem wir
introductory
trotz
evening
Pandemie in der
yesterday
Lage
where we
waren,
were able
uns
to get
persönlich
to
und
know each other
digital
personally and
kennenzulernen.
digitally despite the
Und heute
pandemic.
beschäftigen wir
And
uns
today
intensiver
we
mit
are dealing more intensively with
Fragen
European
und werden
cultural
am
and political
Nachmittag
issues, and in the
unser
afternoon
gemeinsames Manifest,
we will adopt our joint
das wir am
manifesto,
Samstag der Presse
which we
übergeben.
want to hand over to the press on
Ich
Saturday.
empfehle Ihnen allen den
I
Besuch der
recommend
Ausstellung
you all
Kontinent
to
auf der Suche nach
visit
Europa,
the exhibition
eine
Continent in
gemeinsame
Search of
Ausstellung
Europe, a
mit der
joint exhibition with
Ostkreuz
the
Agentur der
Ostkreuz
Fotografen
Agency of
hier im
Photographers
Akademiegebäude
here
am
in the
Pariser Platz,
Academy at Pariser
für den
Platz,
wir heute um 17:30
for which we have
einen
reserved a
Timeslot
time slot
exklusiv für Sie
exclusively for you at 5:30 p.m. And for tomorrow, I recommend you to visit our exhibition Urbanable, Stadthaltig, Positions for the European City of the 21st century in our other Academy building on Hanseatenweg.
In Zeit Online schreibt
Zeit Online magazine published a wonderful article by Nils Erich about our joint photo exhibition Continent. Europe is an unfulfilled, incomplete project. It is not even geographically clearly defined. The internal borders have been redrawn again and again, and the external borders are not as clear as they are today in the Schengen area. Who belongs to it? Who doesn't? Who is allowed to enter and who is allowed to stay? The answers to these questions always seem provisional. It is easier to identify what Europe is not. For example, a united continent. Great Britain, for example, is just moving away from the EU and the idea of European unification. End of quote. Our British member, the poet A.L. Kennedy, told us yesterday in very clear and poetic words how she feels about this separation, what it means when we don't stick together when a country like England turns its back on Europe.
But we are still like you, although now we must say we are not. Our artists are artists of Europe and the world. Our people are people of Europe and the world. We are like you, and we are a lesson to prevent you from being like us. among all the other lessons. Let's learn the lesson.
That is why we are here today, both on-site and online, to bridge the distance between us, to bring together artists, scientists, art and science academies, to a network of ideas that helps to overcome borders, to create solidarity and attention as a natural way of approaching each other. I see the adoption of the manifesto, which is to take place in the afternoon, as a symbolic act with which we will conclude our solidarity. It will be the base of our future cooperation, the concrete forms of which we will agree on together, which we will develop and expand together. Well, it is now a particular pleasure for me to have our Minister of State, Professor Monika Grütters, here with us. As I said last night, we are grateful that freedom of opinion and also freedom of art and sciences are firmly anchored in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Germany. The conference is sponsored by the Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and the Media in the framework of the German EU Council Presidency, and yet our autonomy as an Academy of Arts and the autonomy of the European Alliance of Academies, now to be created, will be respected, and that is a blessing. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Professor Meerapfel, dear Janine, dear Bénédicte Savoy, dear Professor Ther, dear members of the Academy, artists, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine was what John believed in, that we are all one country, one world, one people. John Lennon, to whom these words of Yoko Ono were addressed, would have been 80 years old today, with Imagine, one of the most powerful pop songs of all time. I think you can say that. He has set a musical monument to the dream of a better world. The belief that we are all one country, one world, one people, and that the world can be changed with this conviction. Dass zumindest Europa sich mit dieser Überzeugung verändern lässt. At least Europe can be changed with this conviction. Europe teaches us that in Germany we have just celebrated the 30th anniversary of German reunification and remembered the people whose dreams and hopes, imagination brought down walls and border fences in Germany and in the countries of the former Eastern Bloc and paved the way for Europe to grow together. They possessed one thing above all else beside boldness and fighting spirit, a vision of a better world, of a better life in freedom and unity. And this vision is something we need now more than ever, to think beyond national horizons and to strengthen European unity and diversity. And this is why, dear Janine, I'm very pleased about the initiative of the Academy of Arts and the Academies of Arts to launch a new initiative on the occasion of the German EU Council Presidency to consider a joint effort between the European art academies and cultural institutions, to consider an alliance of academies whose aim is a diverse and cosmopolitan democratic Europe. So I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, who will be taking part in the conference on this Europe of cultures. Thank you for your commitment. These are things that politics can never do and can never want to do. And so it is a very important addition to our politic action. And I'm very pleased that it was a success to bring together together representatives from all EU member states. With this pan-European orientation, its integrative approach and its political concern, today's conference, which is part of the BKM program for the German EU Presidency, has a special status. The enormous challenges currently facing Europe cannot be solved by political and economic means, power and money alone. Shaken by the Brexit of Great Britain and the strengthening of nationalist tendencies, threatened by the erosion of basic democratic values such as freedom of the press and the arts in some European countries, worn down by the struggle for common solutions, for example, for a common European asylum policy, and confronted with the destructive consequences of the pandemic, the European Union needs the forces which make understanding and communication possible across all borders and divides, the forces of art and culture. Those forces are needed now more than ever, because understanding is not at its best in Europe. In a guest article for a German weekly newspaper, Bulgarian intellectual Ivan Krastev wrote some time ago that the situation in Europe reminds him of a novel in which a linguist fluent in many languages accidentally boards the wrong plane and lands in a foreign city where he understands no one and none of the languages that he speaks helps him. I fear, says Krastev, that today's Europe will become more and more like that city. So what can art contribute to make understanding and communication possible? Think a great deal.
Musik, Theater oder Tanzt. Kunst kann gemeinsame Sprache sein, wo unterschiedliche Begriffe Schweigen oder Missverstehen provozieren. Kunst kann gemeinsame Erfahrungen bescheren, wo sonst unterschiedliche Herkunft eher ab- und ausgrenzt. Kunst kann Perspektiven verschieben und Vorstellungsräume erweitern und dabei übrigens auch die Grenzen unserer Empathie. Kunst kann Verbindendes sichtbar machen, wo das Trennende sonst oft die Wahrnehmung beherrscht. Und Kunst schafft natürlich immer auch Raum für Debatten und ist Quelle von Inspiration und Irritation, Reflexion und Innovation. Und aus diesen Gründen begrüße ich sage das noch mal einmal, die Idee einer Allianz der Akademien in der Hoffnung, dass die beteiligten Kultureinrichtungen gemeinsam, gegebenenfalls ja auch im losen Verbund auf europäischer Ebene stärker sichtbar und hörbar werden und dass so die Bedeutung der Kultur für Zusammenhalt in Vielfalt noch stärker
it will be even more visible in the public perception, and this is not always the case in the European Union. And for this reason, they deserve our help even more because of the pandemic. Everything that we worked for so long is in danger. This is why, supported by my European counterparts in the framework of the German EU Council Presidency, I'm currently
einen entsprechenden markanten Brief an die Kommission geschrieben. Ungarn war nicht dabei, aber alle anderen haben das gemacht. Also ich unterstütze mit den europäischen Amtskolleginnen und Kollegen im Rahmen der deutschen EU-Ratspräsidentschaft im Moment mit Nachdruck, dass die Corona-Aufbauhilfen der EU eben auch Künstlerinnen und Künstlern, Kreativen und Kultureinrichtungen zugutekommen. Das ist zumindest in diesem Recovery Fund nicht explizit vorgesehen. Dass das nebenbei passiert, wird wahrscheinlich niemand der Staatschefs verhindern wollen oder nicht in Ordnung finden. Aber es wäre schon ein anderes Zeichen gewesen, wenn man da eine Earmark für Kultur auch ganz gezielt reingesetzt hätte. Auch über Erfahrungen mit Unterstützungsmaßnahmen auf nationaler Ebene bin ich natürlich im ständigen Austausch mit den Amtskolleginnen und Amtskollegen. In Deutschland laufen ja, das wissen Sie, seit Juli nach und nach die Förderungen aus dem Rettungs- und Zukunftspaket Neustart Kultur an, mit dem wir den Kulturbetrieb unseres Landes nach der pandemiebedingten Auszeit, ich hoffe, wir bekommen keine neue, wiederbeleben und eben auch dauerhaft sichern wollen. Und für diesen Neustart, das wissen Sie, gibt es 1 Milliarde. Immerhin ist die Kultur in Deutschland das einzige Ressort, das überhaupt ein eigenes Programm bekommen hat. Das ist so ungefähr genau der umgekehrte Weg zum dem Verhalten, was in der EU praktiziert wird. Also hier zumindest ein eigenes Recovery-Programm und das gilt der Kultur. Das Programm stößt, wie Sie sich denken können, auf enorme Resonanz. Es ist bewusst vor allen Dingen auf die Sicherung der Infrastruktur gerichtet, weil sie ja der Schlüssel dafür ist, Arbeitsmöglichkeiten und das heißt Einkommen für Künstlerinnen und Künstler dauerhaft zu erhalten. Und natürlich auch für all die anderen im Kulturbereich Tätigen, die man jenseits der Bühne, weil sie dahinter stehen, häufig gar nicht bemerkt, aber die eben auch natürlich zu den Notleidenden jetzt gehören. Diese sogenannte Kulturmilliarde kann die Not nur lindern, das wissen wir wohl, aber nicht die Probleme wirklich lösen. Umso wichtiger ist es, sehr differenziert darüber nachzudenken. Ich sehe ja hier, wie schlau Sie das gelöst haben, wie man mit pragmatischen Konzepten das Bühnengeschehen, denn die sind ja am meisten notleidend, wieder zum Laufen bekommt. Ich finde, das ist das Mindeste, was wir den Künstlerinnen und Künstlern schuldig sind. Denn Kultur ist keine Delikatesse
Culture is not a delicacy for gourmets, but bread for everyone. The revival of cultural life in Germany and Europe, therefore, deserves the same efforts that are also being made in other sectors. To take a very restrictive approach across the board does not do justice either to the cultural industry in all its diversity or to the existential needs of cultural institutions and artists, nor, incidentally, to the central importance for strong and vibrant democracy. As driving forces of social self-reflection and understanding, artists are just as vital for a democracy as they are for each individual as an inspiration for dreams, I said this at the beginning, and for the search for answers to existential questions about being human.
Auch für jeden Einzelnen Mögliches sichtbar zu machen und Wirklichkeit veränderbar zu zeigen, gehört dabei zu den künstlerischen Kernkompetenzen.
Reality is to make changes visible is the core competence of art. Work of art and cultural sites create space for utopias. Artists are the ambassadors of the possible in reality, also in European reality. That we are all one country, one world, one people was something that not only John Lennon dreamed of. All men become brothers, as Ludwig van Beethoven said in the famous final chorus of the symphony, which became the European anthem. And it has always been, above all, artists whose horizons reached far beyond the borders of their home countries. And this already during times when a European idea, as we know it today and live it, was not even visible as a utopia on the political horizon. At the Prussian court of Frederick the Great, for example, European intellectual giants took the reins in power. Voltaire, for example, was a guest there for a long time. Goethe immortalized himself in European memory as the most famous traveler to Italy. The Norwegian Edvard Grieg studied in Leipzig and remained connected to the city, where he later became friends with Johannes Brahms and Peter Tchaikovsky. For Heinrich Heine, you know that Paris was the foyer of the European spirit. Rainer Maria Rilke, born in Prague, wrote partly in French and even in Russian, and Stefan Zweig called Europe my spiritual home. In short, looking beyond national borders and exchanging ideas internationally has been and still is a valuable inspiration, especially for artists. It is not, at least thanks to their curiosity and openness to the world, that we in Europe owe the cultural wealth of which we are so proud. And I'm sure that your curiosity and openness to the world will continue to inspire Europe in the future. And now, I'm talking about you. Your dreams of a better world will continue to inspire courage and a spirit of optimism. Your works will continue to bring people into contact across borders, even in times when solidarity means keeping your distance. Artistic freedom and cultural diversity are therefore the best thing that a united Europe can do to counter nationalist trends and populist calls for isolation and exclusion inclusion. In this spirit, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that your conference, which pays homage to free speech and free spirit, a good and constructive outcome. And I'm happy that there will be an Alliance of Academies.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau
Thank you very much, Monika Grütters. In cultural politics, nothing works without money, but money is not everything. You get us the money, the Academy will do the rest. At least we will try. I don't know if you have time to stay for a minute. I will switch to English.
I'm very delighted to introduce our next speaker, Bénédicte Savoy. Before introducing her, let me point you to one sentence or to one short paragraph in the manifesto, which will be discussed this afternoon. The question is, what does the Alliance stand for? We want to recall the blind spots that the European wars of conquest left in the world, of the colonial power structures that continue to have an impact in many countries today. I guess there's no other one who can speak with more competence and authority about these blind spots, about colonization, decolonization, about the relationship between Europe and Africa, and about the way Europe is seen from outside than Bénédicte Savoy. Bénédicte Savoy studied in Paris and in Berlin, and now she is professor in Paris and in Berlin. She is professor and head of the Department of Modern Art History at the Technical University here in Berlin, and since 2016, at the same time, professor for cultural history of artistic heritage in Europe for the 18th to 20th century at the Collège de France in Paris. 2 years ago, maybe that was the moment when you become well known for a greater public. 2 years ago, she got together with the Senegalese scholar and writer Felwine Sarr. She was asked by President Macron to investigate the state of African heritage in French museums, and the so-called restitution report is very well known, very much discussed, and still in the air. The floor is yours, Bénédicte Savoy.
Guten Tag, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I was waiting for this, dear friends. I'm very happy and I'm grateful and honored to share some thoughts with you today under the title Europe Inside Out, or what it means to think about Europe in Berlin. I arrived yesterday and I thought that the title would better be, or why it is so great that just in Berlin the Academy of Arts had this idea to found an Alliance of European Academies. This is almost
das gleich vorwegzunehmen, auch ich bin der Spatz von Robert Menasse.
I am the sparrow of Robert Menasse. I'm doing nothing else than stretching out my legs and try something. I do what I can in 3 cases that are called Berlin is in the east, Café Europe, and them outside. Each case is 5 minutes. Berlin is in the east.
Wenn man über die Bundesstraße 1 von Potsdam
When you go
nach Berlin
over
fährt
the
und
road number 1 from Potsdam to Berlin, you can see at the connection Glienicke Brücke a big sign. It looks like a tourist sign, usually brown and white. You can see a piece of Europe from Oslo to Sicily and from the Bretagne. The Turkey is on it. Germany is like the truth in the middle. There is lightning going through the middle of Europe, and the older ones recognize that that was this the border of the
Standort,
Warsaw
so
Pact.
ist auf der Tafel zu lesen,
And you can read
Standort
on the sign
hier also waren Deutschland
that
und
on this
Europa
place,
bis
Germany
zum
and
10.
Europe
November
were
1989
until the
18
10th
Uhr
November
geteilt. Solche Tafeln
was
gibt es,
split.
gibt es genau 109 in
There are
Berlin
109 of these signs in Berlin,
Grenzverlauf, immer mit
where
einem
the
anderen
border
Tag
was,
und einer
always
anderen
with another
Uhrzeit versehen.
date and another
Hier zum Beispiel waren Deutschland
time.
und Europa bis zum 12.
Here
November
they were divided
1989
until the
um 14:30 Uhr geteilt.
until
Für
1430.
Leute wie mich, meine sehr
For
geehrten Damen und
people
Herren,
like
die nicht
me,
in dieser Gegend
Who
aufgewachsen
did
sind,
not
sondern
grow
viel
up
weiter
in
im
this
Westen,
region, but
also
way more
fast an
west,
der Atlantikküste,
almost at the
sagen
Atlantic
diese
coast,
Schilder, hier
these
ist
signs
das
say,
Zentrum von Europa,
here is the center of
hier
Europe,
ist die große Narbe,
here
an
is
der
the
wir
big
gerne
scar
arbeiten, an
on
die
which
wir
we
gerne
like to
erinnern.
work, on which we
Hier
like to
hat
remember.
vor 20, 30
Here
Jahren jetzt eine Mega-Reparatur
was a
stattgefunden
big-
am offenen Herzen und das Herz
A
heißt Berlin.
big operation on the
Die
open
Mitte
heart
Europas ist
surgery,
nicht
and
in
this
Brüssel,
heart
ist
is
nicht in
called
Straßburg
Berlin.
oder Luxemburg,
It's not
ist
in
auch nicht in
Brussels,
Berlin, Paris oder
Luxembourg,
London oder Rom.
Paris or London or
Das Herz
Rome.
dieser Reparatur und die
The
Technik der
heart
Reparatur,
of
das
this
Wissen
surgery
um
and the
Reparieren
technique of
ist in
surgery
Berlin.
is
Wir haben
in
unsere Freude
Berlin.
an der Reparatur hier.
We
Wir machen
like
sie überall
doing
sichtbar
this
an den
surgery.
Straßen.
We
Wir
make it
unterrichten
visible.
das Volk
We
darüber.
teach
Das Ganze erinnert
it.
an die traditionelle japanische Reparaturmethode
I remember,
Kintsugi,
it remembers me of the Japanese
Goldverbindung,
reconstruction method
die Wunde, den
Kintsugi,
Bruch, den Akt
where
der
they,
Reparatur als Kostbarkeit
mend
hervorhebt.
broken
Und wenn ich
pieces
vorhin
with
sagte,
gold.
es ist kein Zufall, dass
When I
gerade
said
Berlin,
earlier
gerade
that it is
dieser Ort,
not a
diese
coincidence
Akademie vom Meerapfel,
that
dieser Platz hier,
Berlin,
dass
that
dieser
this
Ort
place,
es
that this
ist, der
academy
als erstes auf die Idee kommt, eine
had
Allianz der Akademien zu gründen.
the
dann
idea
liegt es daran,
first
dass
to
wir
make an
daran,
Alliance of
dass die
Academies. It is
Profis für
because
Reparaturen, symbolische Reparaturen
they
und
are
reale
professionals
Reparaturen
in terms of surgery.
auch ein gewisses Pathos für die Freude an der Reparatur hier
And
in dieser Stadt
they,
sind. Und diese Stadt liegt im Osten. Von Paris aus oder wer
this
aus
city
Paris
is in the
kommt,
east.
merkt, wie
When you
sehr
see it from
dieses
Paris,
Europa von hier aus gesehen geostet ist
you can
oder ostgepolt.
feel
Ich will nicht sagen
how
ostig.
much this
Also
Europe
geostet
is.
gefällt mir am besten wegen Host. Wir gehen zwar
How
nicht
much
alle
this Europe is
täglich,
aligned
die fahren
towards
nicht die
the
60
east.
Kilometer mit dem Fahrrad
We don't
bis
make
zur
the
Grenze.
60
Die
kilometers
meisten
to the
von
border
uns,
by
viele
bike.
können
Many
Russisch
of us
von Polnisch
speak
auf der Straße nicht unterscheiden.
neither Russian nor
Aber diese
Polish,
Sprachen sind da,
but
sie
these
sind unser Bad, sie
languages
sind unsere
exist,
Luft.
they are
Und
here,
Berlin ist
they are
eine
our
Stadt
air,
des Ostens,
and Berlin
weil
is a
sie
city
auch
of the
die große
east
Reparatur der DDR
because
in sich trägt
it carries
und
the
manchmal
big
vergisst,
surgery of the
aber
GDR
diese
in
Erinnerung,
its
dieses
core.
Empowerment
Sometimes it
Ost
forgets
ist hier
it,
sehr
but
zu
this
spüren,
empowerment is
ganz
still
anders als
here.
in jedem anderen
You can feel
europäischen
it
Land,
differently than
jedenfalls
in any
im
other
Westen.
European country of
Hier
the West
in
at
Berlin
least.
erinnert man sich, dass
Here in
andere
Berlin,
Optionen,
you
politische
remember
Optionen möglich
that
sind,
other
dass man
political options are possible,
eigenmächtig eine politische Situation verändern
that you can
und
change a political
was diese Stadt
situation
wirklich
yourself,
zeigt, ist ihre
and the city shows
Fähigkeit
on a
zur
daily
Resilienz.
basis that it's
Durch
very
das
resilient
Akzeptieren von Schwierigkeiten.
through accepting difficulty.
Ich möchte an dieser Stelle und vielleicht wieder mit diesem schönen regnerischen Bild Andrzej Stejjuk zitieren,
I
der
want to quote
vor vielen
Andrzej
Jahren, schon
Stejjuk,
16 Jahren schrieb,
who wrote
Europas
16 years
Grenzen
ago,
sind unklar,
the European
verworren,
borders are
chimärisch.
unclear,
Sie verlaufen
strange,
im Raum, sie
they go
verlaufen
through
in der
space,
Zeit,
they go through
sie
time,
verlaufen im Geiste,
they go through
sie
minds,
verlaufen im Herzen,
they go through
in der
hearts,
Erinnerung,
through memory,
im Blut,
through
in
blood,
den Körpern.
through
Sie
bodies.
zerschneiden das Ganze
They
in Hälften und
Cut things in
verbinden
half
getrennte
and
Teile.
connect the
Niemand
divided
weiß eigentlich,
parts.
wo das alles endet
Nobody
und
knows
ob es
where it all
überhaupt
ends
irgendwo
or if
anfängt.
it starts
Und
at
das
some
kann
point.
man nur, denke ich, aus meiner
And
Perspektive
from my
verstehen.
perspective,
so ein
you can
Satz,
only
so eine
understand
Bildhaftigkeit
that
des
kind of
Grenzenlosen kann man
image
viel besser verstehen, wenn man hier
when
in
you
Berlin ist, als etwa
are
in
here
Paris,
in Berlin and not
Madrid
when you are
oder
in Paris,
Rom.
Madrid.
Was
or
dieses
elsewhere.
Berlin ist,
What is this Berlin?
also was der Sound von Europa
What is
ist,
the
konnten
sound of
Berliner
schon
schon immer besonders gut spüren, und
Berliners
zwar besonders
always
gut in
felt
Krisenzeiten.
that,
Sie
especially
sehen
in
hier
times of
kleine
crisis.
Zeichnungen eines
Here
französischen
are
Offiziers,
drawings by a
Christophe
French
Dudetot,
officer
der mit Napoleon und der Grande Armée
who,
1806 hier unten rumlief.
who
Und
walked
der
down
sich
here in
sofort in die Berliner
1806 with
Gesellschaft
Napoleon's
verliebt hat,
officers
ganz
and immediately fell in love with the society in Berlin.
rechts.
He's on the upper right.
Diese Gesellschaft in
This
Berlin,
society in Berlin,
während Preußen niedergelegen war,
While
hat diese
Prussia was
Franzosen
down,
aufgenommen und die
was
junge
something the
Rahel
French took up,
Rahel Levin, spätere
and the young
Varnhagen,
Rahel Levin,
beschrieb die
later
Stimmung
von Varnhagen,
in der von Napoleon besetzten
described
Stadt
the atmosphere
1807
in the city
genau
during
hier.
Napoleonic times,
wie
right
folgt.
here, as
Moritz,
follows.
ihr Schwager, übt sich in l'Europe, wie
Moritz
ich die französische
practices
Sprache
l'Europe.
nenne. Es fiel bei
Practices
mir,
European, as I
übersetzt,
call these languages.
liest manches, muss gute
He
Gesellschaft
reads,
sehen, gutiert
has to see
und
good
ist von Alexander
society
von Humboldt protegiert.
and is
ich
protected by
viel sehe.
Alexander von
Diese
Humboldt,
Herren
whom I see a
plus
lot.
Pauline,
These
Rebecca
gentlemen plus
etc. machen
Pauline,
meine Soireen
Rebecca
aus. Sie trinken alle Bier,
are there on my
auch.
soirees. They drink
Humboldt
beer.
liest was
Humboldt
und
too.
isst
Humboldt
und bemüht
reads,
sich,
he
liebenswürdig
eats,
zu sein.
and tries to be nice.
Vorgestern lernten die
2
Franzosen
days
Madame
ago,
Bethmann bei mir
the
kennen.
French
Sie hatte es
met
verlangt.
Madame Bethmann at
Sie
my
spricht
place.
zwar noch
She
kein
asked
Wort
for it.
europäisch,
She
aber
speaks
die
no
Gesellschaft
word
war
of
zufrieden
European, but the
miteinander.
society was
Was wir
happy
hier für eine
anyway.
Beschreibung haben,
This
ist
description
etwas, was zeigt, wie diese
is
jüdische
something that shows
Intelligenzia
how
und
this
gerade
Jewish
Frauen
intelligentsia, and
1800 in
especially
Berlin in der
women
Lage waren,
during
zu
1800 were
integrieren
able to
und aus der Situation
integrate
etwas
and to
anderes
make
zu
something
produzieren,
new
nicht
out
nur
of the situation,
Liebesgeschichten
not
und
only love
Bezeichnungs-
stories or
Blöcken,
drawings,
sondern diesen europäischen
but
Sound.
also
Und
this
das
European
war besonders
sound,
der Fall in Berlin. Ich mache einen
especially
großen
in
Punkt, um
Berlin.
noch einmal
I make a
daran,
big jump.
zu
We
erinnern,
have a
wie
big
dieser
gap
europäische Geist
to remember
nicht
how
nur
this
in
European
Europa natürlich
spirit
nicht, und überhaupt ist die räumliche Eingrenzung, das haben wir
was
gesehen,
not only in
nicht
Europe,
haltbar,
because you
sondern ein
cannot
Sound, ein Geist
really
ist,
make
der gerade
borders here. It is
von
also a
Europa
sound
auch
that
zu
came
spüren
from
ist.
the outside of Europe.
1935 der Neffe von
1935,
Victor Klemperer,
Victor
an seinen
Klemperer's
Onkel
nephew
aus
wrote to
Jerusalem
his uncle from
folgenden Brief.
Jerusalem the following
Daran erinnert Klemperer
letter.
im LTI im 24. Kapitel mit dem Titel Café Europe, 13. August 1935.
13th of August,
Walter schreibt mir aus
1935.
Jerusalem,
Walter writes to me
adressiere
from
bitte in
Jerusalem,
Zukunft einfach
please
Café Europe.
address Café,
Café Europe,
your
bin
letters
ich
to
bestimmt
Café
immer
Europe.
zu erreichen.
This is a
Es
place
ist
where you
mir
can always
hier,
meet
damit
me.
meine ich jetzt ganz Jerusalem im Allgemeinen,
The
und
whole
das
of
Café im
Jerusalem
Besonderen,
and the
sehr
café
viel
especially
wohler als in Tel Aviv.
makes me feel
Hier
so
geht
much
es
better
nämlich
about myself
europäischer
than in Tel
zu.
Aviv because it is more European
Dieser
here.
europäische Sound
This
kann
European
man noch einmal
sound
mit Stajuk zusammenfassen. Hier in Europa
can also
schreibt er,
be
2003 bereits, hier in
said like
Europa kann
this.
man alles
Here
sagen,
in Europe you can
es im
be
nächsten Moment
everything
zurücknehmen und mit der
You can
gleichen
take it back
Sicherheit,
in the next
der gleichen
moment
Dreistigkeit
and
und
say,
dem gleichen
be
absoluten
something
Wahrheitsanspruch
else with
genau
the same
entgegengesetzte Thesen vertreten. Europa
strength.
erträgt alles,
Just say the
verwandelt
opposite.
alles in die eigene Legende
Europe
oder
takes
Niederlage,
everything,
in eine
uses everything for
sentimentale
its own
Hagiographie oder ein
legend and a
idiotisches
sentimental
Vorurteil.
hagiography.
Es hat seinen Frieden mit der eigenen
It made
Nicht-Existenz gemacht
its peace
und
with
es
its
ist
own
gewohnt, aus
non-existent and is
Bequemlichkeit
used
Masken zu tragen.
to wear masks.
Das ist Berlin.
This is Berlin.
Schreibt noch, dass
He also
in Europa
writes that
man es
in
eine
Europe
besondere Abneigung gegen das letzte Wort hat,
there is
eine
a
besondere Verachtung für den
special
Epilog, für den grobschlächtig und arrogant
antipathy for the
der
epilogue,
Art, subtile
for the-
Materie
this
des
kind
Lebens anzufassen. Und eine,
touch
ich
this
finde,
last material of being.
grobschlächtige,
And
wie ich zunehmend finde, und ich glaube, Basil Koski hat das gestern
And I
auch
think
erwähnt,
Basil
eine
Kasky
für mich
said
zunehmend
this.
Grobschlächtig und
For me,
unerträgliche
it is
Methode, die wir haben,
a
ist
rough,
zum Beispiel die
a
Menschen
rude
hier in dieser
method
Stadt unter anderem in Ausländern
to
und in
divide
Ländern zu
people
teilen. Wenn
in
wir diese Tabelle in der BZ
Germans
sehen,
and non-Germans, for
merken wir an
example.
den Zahlen, dass 20%
You can
der
see here
Berliner
that
sogenannte Ausländer sind.
20% are so-called foreigners, 20% of the people living in Berlin. This is from 3 years ago. I photographed this. Yesterday, Basil said that he doesn't like when he is called a Pole. I did not say until now that I'm from France, but in Berlin there are many of us. And so many people from Berlin do not come only for 2 or 3 corners of the world, but even more. And I'm not talking about Europeans only, but also about Turkish, Polish, husband and wives, and so on. Our children are Europeans of the second generation already. They are born Europeans, which is something else than having become a European. This European of the second generation, my daughter Lulu is one of them, and I asked her, what should I say about Europe? And she said, just say that Europe is stupid. And what I want to say is that these younger people, like my students also in Berlin, they have integrated this Europe so much. They all speak 2 or 3 languages. They say, you only speak German on the playground. They carry it within themselves that they don't even know what this cocktail means. And a very important task for us is to remember these new generations, that they are, to remember them what they are. Of course, it's difficult to remember them. It's difficult to remember them. You are the born mix, and they don't want to hear it, because for those younger and maybe also the unborn people, there are 2 categories, the local and the global. And there does not seem much in between that they want to orient to, because they don't want to get stuck in nationalisms. This generation, at least in Berlin, and that's why Berlin is a good place for this project, has something that is a diversity, a competence of diversity, a tolerance of multitude. Frankel Brunswick says it has called tolerance for ambiguity. So, we can work with liquid, vague states very good. And we should teach the younger generations just that, because we see right now how Berlin is able to improvise and to manage insecurities. I jump a few sections. Here, these are the European schools in Berlin, the Europaschulen, where children are taught in their mother languages. Now the third and last part, them outside. We are on the federal state route number 8. Right next to the sign of the border, of the internal German border, there has been put up a second sign by a philosopher, Judith Sigmund, that is like a quote of the initial sign and also shifts the content. The map is shifted a little bit. And there is a bit of Africa added to the map, and the borders of the outside of European borders are seen. It's an actualization of the Warsaw Pact. Only older generations remember that. The older one remember the walls on the outside borders of Europe, and it's difficult to bear. We have to be careful as Europeans. We heard that there are alliances of electrotechnicians. Every European institution should be careful to start a European isolation. And here we also have the danger of getting into a German isolation. Just a short thing from my perspective on university. Since March, we managed, at least in my perception, to find new channels of communications very fast. We put whole offices into the home office. We helped people find solutions, etc., etc. We are doing fine, and some would even say we are better than ever. We stay at home, we can do it. But how does this feel to be like in a heartland, a stronghold of publicly funded joy, while in the outside world, art and economic systems are breaking down? When you see actual death in the hospitals that we did not have so much in Germany here, but the underfunded institutions in France, Italy, and since Brexit also in UK, small resources had to be spent on medical research, and other sciences are underfunded. How do we, as colleagues, explain to them that we need their thought in the future, because this is how science works, and we need their cooperation, while German research funding is only being used inside of Germany? How can we make an alliance of academies when the money can only be spent in Germany? And one thing that concerns me, especially, you mentioned Africa, how will be the good and necessary and reviving dialogue with intellectuals and academics from the so-called global South, our friends south of the Sahara? How can we continue this dialogue when contact is made even more difficult and becomes more difficult? Right now, there is no diplomat from Cameroon in Germany, even though Cameroon has no COVID. I have no answer to these questions, but I realized, worried, that the difference between scientific luxury here and the cultural underfunding in the European foreign countries and elsewhere are getting harder and harder to bear. And I think we have to use our intelligence here. I will stop with a task that Esra Küçük gave us a few weeks ago. We should imagine a group, something that we would be proud of that we managed to do during the pandemic. Why would you be proud if something had worked 30 years from now? I still have no answer to this question, but I'm thinking about it a lot. I would be very proud if such an alliance of academies, everyone with a sparrow in its own hand, if we could manage to create a safe intuition that the strength of Europe lies in its cocktail, in its mix, in the vague, in the unclear, and that we manage to navigate this unclear space. And if the children of our children 30 years from now are professionals in navigating the unclear, we have succeeded. Thank you.
Ja, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Bénédicte Savoy. Let's speak a little bit. It's easier if we stay up here, maybe. We also have water here. Thank you for this small tour d'horizon. Also an homage to Berlin, a reminiscence of Berlin. I would love to ask Frau Grütters as a long, if she recognizes her city in these words. put the microphone on? Yeah. I recognize the part that I love and for whom I came here today. I would not talk about utopias, but about a vision to use the potentials of the city. And it's the melting pot, it's the diversity, it's the cultural diversity. We wouldn't be here for this city. And with the Humboldt Forum, we try to create a sign that in a city like this, you can teach and learn that there is more that connects us to the world than what divides us. There are so many. So we need activities to manage this with to integrate European cultures and other cultures. I was asking myself, was this 20 years ago, the statistics? Because she said 3 years ago. I don't know if they would show it in the same way today, but we really have to work on a change of mind. We have to. It's very important. And it's a good example to see where we stand today, or where we were like 3 years ago. And yeah, we shouldn't underestimate the influence of those media and the way this is shown. They want to create like a certain state of mind. And yeah, the BZ you should explain for the non-Germans. It's boulevard media, the biggest one in Germany. Thank you, Frau Grütters. We now have the possibility to open up a little dialogue. You have the possibility to ask questions to Bénédicte Savoy. The participants here have the possibilities. You can just raise your hand and then press the button. But also, all the participants outside, on the outside, have the possibility. This is what Zoom was made for. On Zoom, you only have to press the little button, and I will get the signal on my laptop. I don't know if there are any remarks. When Frau Grütters said, "This is the Berlin that we love," I think the shocking thing about the pandemic is it's like a magnifying glass, and you see many things much clearer that you did not want to think about before. In university, I also see that there are not only these great, flexible, international people, but there are also people that studied and are professors, but also populists. Who knows what kind of dictatorship? Well, we know all this. What does that mean? The borders are liquefied also on this place, just as Bénédicte Savoy said it. The beautiful border between here is beautiful science, the Berliners, here the Germany that learned from history, and there are the others that does not work anymore. I would also always see it positively. When you navigate the fog, things can come up from the fog, but new alliances can be formed, and this is very important. This is an opportunity to draw a new map in this fog and to create new alliances. And so some alliances that we might have thought stable, but things like a Supreme Court can take down a state, as we can see. So it's very important to make new alliances, because there are alliances that we thought we had, but we didn't have. Thank you. Let's collect, or you say if you want to comment. Please, it's difficult with the names. I would ask everyone to say quickly who you are and where you come from. Francis Mays is already on the screen.
Yes, hello, I'm Francis Maes from Belgium. I'm a musicologist. I teach at Ghent University, and I'm a member of the Royal Academy of Arts and Sciences in Brussels, in the Belgian Academy. And I would like to ask the following. I very much loved your definition of, let's say, the European task to navigate the vague and unclear space. And I think we all know what you mean by that. I think it's very well phrased and very clear. But my concern is, I think the aim of a meeting like this one is especially to find arguments and to tighten arguments to address all those that oppose this kind of idea of openness and the vague and the unclear space. I'm thinking of not nationalistic policies or xenophobic reactions, but what we could call identitarian politics policies. How would you address those who advocate those kind of standpoint with this argument? I don't see how it can convince them to think otherwise of the European project.
Thank you. I'm answering in German.
Deutsch und Englisch geht.
Ja, bitte, ja.
You are totally right. This image of the fog is not a practical task. It is more a form of resilience. The idea that we need the courage to keep on going, even if the future is unclear. We need to put up our legs like the sparrow, also in the fog. I just want to answer with an example from my practical work. You mentioned this earlier, this restitution of African art, a big subject in the past years in France. In France, the debate, in France, everyone just yelled at each other and accused each other. The debate here was more civilized. In France, they were all against restitution, and they said we would empty the museums of Europe. And 3 days ago, the law was debated in Parliament with 0 votes against it. That means that the representatives, the the French National Assembly had nothing against it. So the restitution was finally allowed. So that means that the ones yelling, the populists, at least in this concrete case, are a very, very small minority that are always seen in the media, but otherwise I cannot explain the situation in Germany. They yelled for 2 years, but in the end, what's it called? But in the end, this so-called very difficult law was decided on unanimously. And for me, this is a very good news about what we can do if we listen to these people a little less. And even if they have the voice, and even if they scream about for 2 years, at the end, the decision was made in a reasonable way. And I have a question. Unanimously, does this mean the few representatives in the assembly that the right-wing party had? I don't know if those were present, but everyone who was there voted in favor of the law. And that was a huge surprise and very good news. And this just means that this decolonization and post-racist societies that we are trying to create is already there, and that the ones speaking up against that do not vote in our parliament. Frau Meerapfel. It looks like through the so-called social media, the voices of right-winged people and the voices of nationalists are louder than it actually should be, and we should not be influenced by that. This is also the catastrophe of this so-called social media, that they repeat like an echo these things that get bigger and bigger, while actually our society are developing, are in a totally different situation. And with this example that you just said, maybe it's just a single one, but on this example you can see how we should act. We should keep going, we should not listen to them, and we should not let them speak, we should not debate with them. Robert Menasse. That was a great speech. Thank you very much. And you talked about something which is part of our attempt to create an alliance. It is about this scientific and artistic alliance should also talk about politics. And I think your daughter said there is this generation, this younger generation for whom it is totally normal to speak several languages, to feel European and so on. And this is true. But at the same time, it is also but at the same time, this factor is also dividing. For example, an Austrian marries a Spaniard. Both live and work in Brussels and pay taxes there. A child is born to them, where they pay taxes. Belgium says they don't have to pay them child support because mother is Austrian, father Spaniard, and so this turns round and round. And now I'm talking about my daughter. My grandchild is 9 months old, and we still don't know which state is paying the child support. So this is just an example. And for this, I think that this metaphor with the fog works only when culture does not produce fog, because culture is clearness and is light. But it is put into fog by politics. And the corona crisis, we have a multiple crisis mode that we live in. Finance crisis, euro crisis, so-called refugee crisis. No crisis can be solved because the possibilities of common policies are not there, because everyone wants national sovereignty, and the crisis broadens this gap, but everyone has to explain the populations that only the nation can protect them. So it's a vicious circle. If we establish now an European Alliance of Academies, and when you create this network which is made visible, then it has to be clear in the exchange that it has to be connected to political pressure on the governments of the European nations, because even if they think they are not nationalist, but they still are stuck in national politics, and they defend national sovereignty where it is not useful. Did you know that the European Commission had no competence about health politics? That's very interesting. Now we have a pandemic that does not know national borders. This is what I wanted to say. We can accept this metaphor of fog, but we also fight against the smoke discharges. And when it's about child support, the fog has to clear up at some point. Outside, yeah, the participants who are not in Berlin can also take part. You have the possibility on Zoom, but here was someone. I wanted to say thank you for the great speech, and I was really happy because you are teaching as well. I am the director of Film University in Babelsberg, that you talked about the role of the young generation born with European connection. And I also see that the European thought that we talk about, which big feelings that they don't even understand because they just live it. They make films about it. And so I would also say that when we talk about this alliance, we need to think about the artistic universities to integrate young people and their thoughts. And I would like to mention a small thing that I thought about when I read the manifesto. The universities are not only places of the good and the beautiful and the... Yeah, just yesterday, a student from Iran who just decided to change her gender, she described to me how much hate also from the institutions she was confronted with. And another student who also wanted to change her gender, and she asked, can she put her new name on her student card? And I should have to say no, but of course I want to say yes. So I just want to say we need this. We need to make sure that we also clean up our own, in front of our own door, you know. Thank you. Quick response. I skipped this for several reasons. But no, I have to interrupt. But of course, we have to say goodbye to Monika Grütters. Thank you very much, Monika Grütters, for being here, for taking the time.
Danke Ihnen. Tschüss.
Goodbye. Excuse me, I just wanted to say that this question of sexual fluidity, I mean, for the Berliners, it was too positive. For the Berliners here, what I said about Berlin. But for me, it is hard to say something negative about Berlin, as everyone else does. And I think this question of sexual fluidity, how naturally self-evident this is talked about in school, even a Jesuitic school, that there are gay teachers, that the Latin teacher is having a time out because her wife has gotten a child. And so it seems to me that Berlin is so much more progressive than France, where in France this is not a topic at all, and that this question of changing sex in Berlin, it seems to be a normal thing. I don't know any other place where this is like this, and this is no problem for us. And you say that you will help them to overcome discrimination. This is part of normality, that you want to help them and that you can talk about this here. And so I believe that Berlin has a different competence than other cities. And Mr. Menasse, my children do not think that they are European, they think that they are Berliners, in the sense of no matter where, if the parents are from Iran or from Africa, they are from Berlin. Berlin is their place. And so I said, I like this very much, because the nation has no part in there, but Europe also doesn't have a part. But from my experience with the generation of my daughter, they think local, they feel like they are from Prague or from Vienna, but sometimes also as Europeans, because it's the continent with the biggest freedom. It is more free than China, it is more social than the USA, it's richer than Africa. It's just the most attractive place on the planet, and this is part of their self-definition. The nation does not play a part in that, and that is interesting. Thank you. Maybe it's important to point out that we also had a manifesto called Open Continent, so it's so important that we don't forget. We don't want to exclude anyone. We don't want to say this is Europe or this is Germany, this is Berlin. We feel so good here. No, this is not what we want to do. This is not why we did this. We made this to do the opposite and to say, of course, we are in Europe, we're doing an alliance, we try to work together, we try to be solidaric, but without ever forgetting those and without excluding those who are not in Europe, who want to come to Europe, who do want to belong to Europe. And this is something that is really important to me. If we don't agree on this, we are not on the same page, because the page has to be open for everyone. Good for you to say that. Nele Hertling. When we talk about Berlin and the people of Berlin, second, third generation of young people, in the past, in Paris, there has also formed a parallel society, like in Neukölln or Kreuzberg. This is a different kind of Berliners. They are in Berlin, but Europe plays no part there, because those are the people who came there and they don't speak German at all. This also means diversity, of course, but the difficult thing is for youth, because those children have difficulty in school, and this is a typical metropolitan problem, and this problem is growing. And this will change the face of our city, and we have to think about this, because we are sitting in a bubble here, in a society that is conform to our ideas. But how can we not only perceive these conflicts, but how can we bring all this drifting apart in the cities? How can we stop that? How can we bring it back together? Right now, there is not much happening on that field. And there are so many people, so many problems, they are growing. There is anti-Semitism and so many other movements that grow in this city. And so they also grow in these parallel situations. So how can we manage to find a way out of our alliances towards them and to integrate those left behind?
If I got it right, I'm not quite sure whether Patrick Murphy, I don't have an electronic sign, but I saw you waving your hand. Do you want to take the floor? No. Okay. Once again, for the outside participants, please use the electronic sign that we can have you with us. Bitte schön.
Thank you very much. My name is Dominika Kasprowicz. I come from Krakow, Poland. I represent Villa Decius. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for the idea to expand the collaboration and the network, and to bring here and to this project also smaller institutions and initiatives. I believe that is necessary, and thank you very much for that. Professor Savoy, thank you very much for the very inspiring talk. I just wanted to point out just one more aspect of the topic, that is the cultural legacy of colonialism and imperialism as we have it in the post-communist space. It's important, at least for three reasons, to look into it. Basically, it shapes not only the international relations, but also international cultural exchange or its absence. Just to give an example of the Polish-Ukrainian relations, Polish-Lithuanian relations, or, on the contrary, Russian, Polish, and post-Soviet countries' cultural and other exchange, or its absence. So looking into these post-colonial topics and turning it into one of the topics of our, hopefully in the future, efficient collaboration in between this alliance would be very helpful. So we are looking, or me personally, I'm looking forward to your expertise, to all of your assistance, also in discussing this particular element of the cultural activities in these difficult times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now it's over to you, Patrick Murphy.
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay. Okay. So then we had another content here. Yes.
Merci, Madame Savoy, pour votre Präsentation. Sie haben darauf hingewiesen, eine europäische Isolation zu vermeiden. Aber das sind wohl sehr lobenswerte Bemühungen. Aber es bleiben sehr oft fromme Wünsche.
But also, this often stays a wish. And I would like to give an example for this. We know that the universities are underfunded, and there are European countries that upped the tuition fees for foreign students by many %, especially the more poorer countries towards the more richer Europeans. And often for them, they no longer have the possibility to study at European universities. And this is a shame and leads into isolation on both sides, not only the isolation of the students of these poorer countries, but also it creates a disadvantage for European students in general, because they should be connected with these other countries. I would like to remember everyone. Sorry that I don't know you, everyone, but please can you say for short who you are and for which institution you speak? Are there any more remarks? Yes.
Guten Mittag fast.
Good day. Almost lunch. Thank you. My name is Martin Grafic, literary. I work in the library in Brünn. We want to found Czech literature and translation all over the world, especially in the German-speaking countries. For me, it was very touching. I come from a mixed family, East-West as well. For me, it was very beautiful. You talk about being in shock as well. I said yesterday already, I was in Leipzig yesterday. We had a big event, and then there was a press conference where I spoke. And at the end of the press conference, I said, I have to watch the clock because I need to take the train to Berlin. And then everyone made this movement. And everyone was shocked. Oh, you are going to Berlin? And I said, yes, I will. And do you know that it's a risk area? And I said, yes, I know that because I came from a risk zone in Czech Republic, and I'm flying to Vienna, which is also a risk area now. But what are you doing there? And I talked about a project, and everyone was, in these times, really? And a colleague from Munich said, this is so typical for Berlin. And I thought immediately how important it is for us to be here and to make this initiative. But I also thought how I should explain this during the next week so everybody knows about this. So we can move something with it. The films, they have chat rooms where they can log in. We have cameras in the cinemas. And it was like participants can be seen in small windows. And for the children, it's a great experience because for the first time, they can feel Europe. Many are even in the cinema for the first time. They learn about stories which are not only for popcorn eating, but actually have depth. And they feel the responsibility as Europeans, and they are a jury. And then they award the best movie. And what I want to say, we, all of us, we are Europeans. We don't have to be convinced of that. But we have to go back into society. Many people on the streets don't feel this Europe. For us, it is clear. We couldn't live without Europe. We travel, we meet everyone, but many people can. And this is a very important task of this alliance, that it speaks to society and also to the next generation and show them how good it is to be European and what being European also means being open, being democratic, and to be interested in the other. Thank you.
Hello, I'm from Academy of Fine Arts in Zagreb, and I'm painter. I must say, in Croatia, during history, without these alliances, it was not possible to survive for my country, because we are a small country. We don't have these big voices, also I think in European Parliament now. And for us, every alliance is chance to develop something more in our possibilities. Normally, I like all these speeches here. Maybe it's a little bit more from Western European perspective than from part of Europe where I'm coming from. Even this map is not so correct, this first map, because I remember still this area and this time before 1989, so ex-Yugoslavia was not part of Western Europe then, but we are somewhere in the middle. So for us, this alliance is normally opportunity, and I hope we will find a way for some really concrete measures for our academies, for our association. Normally we have these many problems, especially with the ideas why artists are important because I'm Dean, so I'm connected with this process for my students. Usually we try to reach funding, and also today, if you want to reach funding, I think also on the European space, you should tell the reason why they will fund you. Because they will find funding if you have, I will say, some possibilities to develop business, money, market. For cultural reason, now we are not so certain how it will be developed in the future. So this alliance is really important because also in Croatia, I don't know, they told us that this is, I will say, European ideas or ideas from European Commission that they will, I will say, develop and make this sector of culture more vivid. If we can connect our students with the free market, with the possibilities of employment, so this will be maybe a really important point in the future, because for our academies, for our cultural space, it's important for artists to have freedom, but in the same time, how we will organize this problem with funding in the future, what is really important, how they will make money for living after academies in the future, next generation, next 30, 40 years, because they should have knowledge and skills which is really useful in normal business market, not for only artistic reasons. So this will be really heavy for younger generation of artists in the future, and I think this alliance is really important to find a way how it will be developed. And also, I hope we will find a way for the much better communication between these different borderlines, which it's still here in Europe, even in European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to get directly, just to get you right, you're speaking about the funding of the academy, or you're?
No, I think about funding all around about cultural sector, because if you want to raise number of your students, you should explain why. If they don't have a really good reason for employment, for business market, or for developing business at all, then it's not necessary for them. If we develop the way that they will be, I don't know, some experts for some small parts of visual industries, I will say from my point of view, from art academies, then it's okay to.
Okay. Thank you. Ich würde vorschlagen, wenn Sie direkt antworten wollen, Frau Meerapfel.
I think that what we have to discuss this afternoon, to make clear also, this alliance cannot produce money in the sense to enhance the education of people, but what we can do, if we are an alliance, is demand from the European centers to give this kind of help to the education of people. I think that not all our academies are teaching, as you know. Some of our academies are academies of older people like me. This academy, for instance, we are 400 artists. We do not teach. Other academies, we have very different constellations here. The idea of the alliance, if I may say, is that when we come together, we can ask and demand for the helps that are absolutely necessary, for instance, in the case that you just described.
My name is Josip Zanki. I'm a cultural anthropologist and a visual artist from Zagreb. I'm a representative for Croatian Association of Fine Artists. I like to thank Professor Savoy on her lecture, and I want to just comment two nice points. First point I find really touching in your lecture was the point, the comparison and the point about the Cafe Europe in Jerusalem, because according to my personal experience, the Jerusalem and Berlin is the two places and spaces in the world when we speak in the sense of culture and the social memory, where you can really feel the history and trauma and lot of layer in the space. That's the first point. A second point I was very touching was the image of this conceptual art piece with the map during which was the result of the last migrant crisis, 2015. And just to remind you, 2015, when the migrant crisis started, the migrant route went through West Balkan, went to Croatia, and in one moment, Croatia, one day, we just discovered ourselves that we are surrounded by fence, which was erected by our European neighbor. And so all around this fence is still there. And just as a comment, I will tell about the performing action by Pino Ivančić. It's one artist from peninsula of Istria. Istria is the peninsula which is shared by Croatia, Slovenia, and Italy. So Pino Ivančić made a performing action, and he was illegally cutting this fence on a different place. And even he was doing a workshop how to cut the fence. I mean, this was an illegal action, but also remind me of one poem by Bertolt Brecht about the prisoner who at the end destroyed the wall, because he was always writing some revolutionary parole on the wall, and it was forbidden. So let me go to the end. I think we have to decide, shall we be open continent or shall we be a selfish continent? Because we are in very similar position now. With the COVID pandemic and the migrant crisis 2015, we have to show, are we selfish or are we open? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's some kind of a rhetoric question, if I got it right, because so far no one argued for a selfish continent here. Quite the opposite. So yes, we should go into the polls. The president said, indeed. Thank you very much so far. Thank you very much, Bénédicte Savoy, for this very rich input. Thank you very much for the discussion. We started already to discuss about the manifesto, which is good, because we are going to continue this discussion, and we have to work and we have to finalize this manifesto in the afternoon. Before that, we will have a last input by Philipp Ther. I saw him before, but now he disappeared. So may I ask you to be back at 2 o'clock at the latest, so that we can start in time at 2 o'clock. Also for the outside participants, at 2 o'clock we will meet again by Zoom and in presence here in Berlin. Thank you very much. Einmal laut sagen, das gilt nicht nur für die hier sind. Es gibt Lunch oben in der Clubetage, also wo gestern Abend. Time, so we will start not too late. And given a good example of Germans being in time. So, welcome back here in Berlin. Welcome back in the Zoom world. There are a lot of names and pictures. We cannot see all of you, but we hope all of you are there. This afternoon session will be split in two parts. As usual, by a coffee break. In the first part, we will have another input from Philipp Ther. I'm going to introduce him immediately. Then we will have time for discussion, for remarks. And after that, we will go into the coffee break. And after the coffee break, the public part of the conference is closed, and we will have time for discussions about the initiative, about the alliance, about the manifesto itself. In the very first line, or not in the very first line, after the question, what does the alliance stand for in the manifesto, in the very first line, it is stated, art and culture are essential for a functioning democracy and for social cohesion. Maybe you have in mind, or you have heard this famous quote, which is often contributed to Jean Monnet, but which obviously is not said by Jean Monnet. The sources are not quite clear. Maybe it was Jacques Lang. However, the quote is, if I had to do it again to found the European Union, if I had to do it again, I would have started with culture. Sometimes the fake quote, sometimes the invented or the fake quotes are much more to the point than the real quotes. That's the reason why I introduced it here. You all know that in fact it was not the culture, it was and it still is the economy which has driven and still drives the integration process. Philipp Ther is an expert for this dimension, for the history of the European Union, for the history of Central and Eastern Europe. That was the word I was looking for, and in particular for the economic dimension, and much more for the economic dimension of this integration or disintegration process. I think he's going to speak about since 1989. Philipp Ther is a very European historian, to say, if I may say so, by life and by work. He grew up in Bavaria and Istanbul. He did research in Germany, in Poland, in Paris, in the Ukraine, and in the United States, which is not really in Europe. He was professor for comparative European history at the European University Institute in Florence, and he is now, for a couple of years, professor for Central and European history at the University of Vienna. The maybe best known book from him has the title, The New Order on the Old Continent, A History of Neoliberal Europe, which is exactly about that, what I mentioned, about the economic integration or disintegration since 1989. Today, Philipp Ther is going to speak about, after the end of history, the rise of right-wing nationalism and the need for a new internationalism. The floor is yours.
So, thank you very much for this invitation. It's a great honor for a historian, obviously, to speak at an Academy of Arts. Now, as was already kind of announced, my special field is rather social history from below and history of economic reforms. And I'm going to talk more about that because I think it is important for all of us to understand why we are in this mess, why nationalism is so much on the rise, because this is one of the main reasons. And well, I decided to prepare the talk in English because I'm aware that, well, that is our lingua franca, and I'm aware that via Zoom there's a large, rather English than German-speaking audience. But because of that, I wrote it down in a manuscript, and it's not a free speech. I hope that will be okay. I mean, after lunch, you know, it's always a problem to listen to that kind of speeches. Well, after the end of history, the rise of right-wing nationalism and, so to say, the deeper causes. 1 week ago, we could celebrate once more the unification of Germany, which in many ways was a reunification of Europe. It marked the end of the revolutions in 1989, also in a much less utopian way than the people out on the streets had demanded in Berlin, Prague, Sofia, and parts of the Soviet Union. Our keywords in Prague, where I happened to be 30 years ago, were freedom, democracy, humanity, and solidarity. And I think we always should remember these values. Also, we eventually got only a reduced economic version of freedom. Most European countries introduced variants of democracy as well. Now, this combination of free capitalism and some sort of democracy was pretty much in line with the prediction of Francis Fukuyama and his famous end of history. This neoliberal order looked quite stable until the big crash of 2008 and 2009, when the American real estate bubble burst and the world was on the brink of a financial meltdown. Now, since then, other ends of history loom large on the horizon. Liberal democracy is on the retreat even within the European Union. And so what I want to do with you today is to discuss the deeper causes of anti-liberalism and the recent rise of right-wing nationalism. I will conclude with a normative and political argument. What we need today is a revival of internationalism, however, not the pervasive neoliberal version, but a social and liberal version. And I think that the initiative of the Academy of Arts goes in that direction, and I hope that I can contribute at least some ideas to it. After Brexit and the election of Donald Trump in the annus horribilis of 2016, we must ask ourselves what has gone wrong in the last 3 decades after the so-called annus mirabilis. Why has history reached an end, or rather multiple ends, so different to the one predicted in '89? It can be stated, by the way, for the defense of Fukuyama, that he was not alone with his poorly reasoned theory. Politicians on all sides and many academics shared his triumphalism about the perceived Western victory in the Cold War. Now, 30 years later, we know once more that capitalism can work without democracy or behind a democratic facade. This is evident in China, where the communists liberalized the economy but not the political system. The impetus for this was also set in '89 with the massacre on the Tiananmen Square. 10 years later, to remain in the rhythm of jubilees, Russia set out on the path of authoritarian state capitalism, and another 10 years later, Viktor Orban achieved a 2/3 majority of parliamentary seats for the first time in the climate of the great financial crisis. Ever since, the independence of the legislature and the judiciary has been massively restricted. The media have brought into line, and it has been mentioned a couple of times here already, the Central European University has been chased out of the country. But this does not seem to bother German industrial companies, and I'm repeating and writing it again and again. In 2018, BMW was the first large the third large German automobile corporation to choose to build a factory in Hungary, since production costs are so much lower, and according to a law passed 2 years ago, workers can be forced to put in 400 hours of overtime a year to receive then that payment with a maximum grace period of 2 years. Now, the decision to invest in Hungary shows that semi-authoritarian regimes seem to be more attractive for German capital than welfarist democracies. These and many other global investments, especially in China, indicate that Western corporations prioritize maximum profit over democracy. I will return to that in greater detail in the second half of this speech, or second part, on the global hegemony of neoliberalism. In the third part, I will discuss the connections between neoliberalism and anti-liberalism, and following the historical sociologist Karl Polanyi, I understand anti-liberalism as a backlash to too free a market, as a double movement, that's one of his terms, towards more social protection, another Polanyi term. It is no coincidence that Poland, Great Britain, and the US, for so long pioneers of neoliberal economic policy, have swung so far to the right. Now, the right-wing populists and nationalists, it always goes together, initially achieved their majorities primarily in neglected and impoverished regions of their countries. From the perspective of comparative social history, there are many similarities between deindustrialized regions of the neoliberal West and the post-communist East. So this is not a post-East European post-transformation problem. The neoliberal order has produced too many losers here and there, which eventually rebelled and became a great target for right-wing nationalists. So to say, Chapter 1, 89 in a global historical perspective. By pointing to the US, Great Britain, Poland, China, I already pointed out that we need a global framework to analyze the transformation after 89. I would like to add yet another country in Latin America, Chile. In late 88, the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet lost a plebiscitary vote about his future presidency. And this decision was unexpected, since Chile was in the midst of a powerful economic boom that was sustained until the late 1990s. Now, the adherents of the Chicago School of Economics, Reagan and Thatcher, attributed this boom to the radical liberalization and privatization under Pinochet. I then checked at the archives, historians go to archives, of the World Bank, what is about the simplistic causal explanation. And actually, if you then dug deeper into the documents of the World Bank, you can see that one could as well attribute this economic boom to the Christian democratic economic policy that set in with the regime change in '89 and strove for a social equilibrium. At the time, this formula was almost a provocation. But as the unrest last year in Chile shows, probably this was what has been missing since then. However, for the West, for the international financial institutions and economic faculties the world over, the feedback taken was quite different. Chile's success stories seemed to confirm the teachings of the Chicago School of Economics and Milton Friedman. The fact that 40% of the Chilean population had fallen below the official poverty line was mostly ignored. And Chile paid back its debts to American banks, who had been under stress because of the first neoliberal real estate bubble under Ronald Reagan. Now then, the example of Chile, growth, paying back debts, inspired the so-called Washington Consensus, which was again drafted in '89 by the IMF, the World Bank, representatives of the US Ministry of Finance, and high-ranking US congressmen. Initially, the consensus was intended for debt and inflation-ridden countries of Latin America. It was based, so to say, on a 10-point list of measures: economic stability, which generally meant strict austerity policies. Further elements then were a triad of liberalization, deregulation, and privatization. Other features were foreign direct investments and thus global financial capitalism. After the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, this consensus became a blueprint for the reforms in post-communist Europe. Milton Friedman once said, Eastern Europe, hey, it's a testing ground for an experiment, and Poland, but also East Germany, came then first for, getting, so to say, shock therapies. Also, they were not officially always termed as that. Now, then in summing all that up, the year 89 stands not only for the fall of the wall, much celebrated here, of course, and the liberation of East Central Europe from Soviet domination, but for a global paradigm shift in economic policy. Both Chile and then in the 90s Poland were perceived as proof that shock therapies and neoliberal policies work. Yet without the collapse of the Eastern Bloc in Yugoslavia, neoliberal hegemony would not have been so strong. After 89, there was no competing system to serve as a corrective. And additionally, the Western welfare states were themselves in need of reform and too expensive for post-communist countries. Hence, Margaret Thatcher's maxim, "There is no alternative," abbreviated TINA, gained traction. And this basically did not change until the great crisis of 2009. So this hegemony lasted for around 2 decades. Chapter 2, neoliberalism. What is it? I've used it so often that a definition is overdue. I define neoliberalism as an ideology of economic policy based on the ideal of self-balancing markets and rational market actors. It fundamentally rejects state interference in the economy, strives for privatization, economic liberalization, and deregulation on the national and international level. I should add that I think it's not so productive to construct all that neoliberalism as a boogeyman. I rather use it as an analytical term that is possible. Now, after the collapse of communism, the emphasis was on implementing this Washington Consensus and, above all, the privatization of state-owned enterprises. But then in the late 90s, there was yet another radicalization of neoliberalism, this time not so much in theory, but in the political practice. Around the turn of the millennium, core state competences were privatized. And the liberalization of trade was followed by a liberalization of labor markets, deregulation of the national and international finance markets as well. We got what Karl Polanyi, in his major work, The Great Transformation, termed laissez-faire capitalism. Now, the post-communist countries were global pioneers in the privatization of pension and health systems and the introduction of so-called flat tax systems. This eventually put additional pressure on the moderate left there, but then also in the West. And so the Democrats in the United States and New Labour in Britain supported neoliberal reforms as well. Eventually, as is known here, the Social Democrats pursued a similar policy as well. Now, the Social Democratic Green Coalition implemented sweeping social and labor market reforms. As it happened in other post-communist countries, the old age pension system was partly privatized and the labor market liberalized. Same story again. Now, while the aim in 1990 at German unification had been to swiftly adjust East Germany to the West, Westernization, the red-green reforms introduced adaptation to post-communist Europe. In German, I call this Verostung, Easternization. Now, this is why I've invented, because this happened then in West Germany, in Western Europe, the term co-transformation. Didn't only happen there, but also here. The low-wage sector, introduced as part of the Hartz reforms, could compete with the cost of labor in Poland and the Czech Republic. And the idea of the Ich AG mini-entrepreneurs was supposed to motivate the Germans to become independent, like 4 million Poles, Czechs, Slovaks, and Hungarians who had founded small enterprises in the early 90s. This is part of my social history research. Now, the basic problem of this neoliberal order is that it rewards those individuals, social groups, and regions within the country that are already relatively well off. This can especially be observed in post-communist Europe. The respective capital cities and a few growth regions experienced the boom with almost Chinese growth rates. The standard of living enjoyed by the urban middle classes also reached Western levels. So this is, of course, compared against the initial situation in '89, this was a success. But this transnational convergence went hand in hand with great divergence within the respective countries. Eastern Poland, Eastern Slovakia, Northeastern Hungary, they achieved not even the fifth of the GDP of their own capitals. Sorry for all these statistics, but sometimes they're important. And they were also left behind in terms of purchasing power and wage levels. Now, this, of course, also created envy. If some are doing good, and ones who are doing okay or badly, of course, they become envious. Now, this gap between poor and rich regions has narrowed in Eastern Europe since the EU enlargement, but it remains very deep. And it is the region known as Polska B, eastern part of the country basically, that is the bastion of the peace. the party governing since 2015 and already before since 2005. Now, as in East Germany in the 90s, labor migration was a way to escape poverty, but this migration led to a situation in which many children grew up as one parent or at their grandparents, and hence the transformation was still perceived as suffering and not as awakening. And there's again this gap between the official narrative and what you can find in memories and other ego documents by, so to say, the people. Now, of course, not only the so-called losers of transformation have voted for the peace. The AfD, Germany and Austria, the FPÖ, and similar parties elsewhere also attract voters from the middle classes who fear to lose their status. Now comes part 3, the Great Crisis. I assume that everybody is fairly aware of the course of the global financial crisis in 2008-9. Parallel to the real estate bubble in the US, there was a bubble in Eastern Europe that was also based on speculation in the financial and real estate sector and excessive consumer debt. The Eastern European bubble shows the downside of foreign direct investments, which exploded as a result of the deregulation of the international financial markets. I could show you all this in a PowerPoint, but it would be distracting. Foreign currency credits to private consumers proved especially toxic, bringing Hungary, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Ukraine to the brink of economic collapse and state bankruptcy. Now, this crisis had a really devastating economic and political impact. It stopped the previous convergence with the West, and it created a deep crisis of confidence. From the early 90s onward, the post-communist countries had done everything to meet the demands of the EU, and now the West itself revealed massive systemic problems and corruption at the highest level. Economic nationalism was a logical reaction to the currency and financial crisis. In Hungary, Western big banks had lured over 1 million people out of 9.5 million inhabitants into taking out highly speculative foreign currency credits. By the way, this was invented in Austria as mass consumer credits before. Depreciation of the national currency, the Hungarian forint, due to the financial crisis now suddenly saw these debts increase by 50%. So basically you sit in a house and it's worth less than the credit you have taken. Then came Viktor Orban, exploited this to present himself as the savior of the Hungarian middle class, forcing the Western banks to reevaluate the debts. Now, there is a matter of success there. Just by way of comparison, under Barack Obama, 4.3 million Americans lost their homes and apartments to foreclosure. Now, due to the great rise in unemployment and the austerity measures following the crisis in Eastern Europe, around 10% of the working population emigrated from there, and from especially these countries I mentioned before, which were hit worst by the financial crisis. Very many Eastern Europeans left for the then liberal-minded Britain. But due to the economic crisis, the Eastern Europeans were increasingly seen as competition on the labor market. And this was then exploited by the proponents of Brexit. Migration, I think, has generally become such a sensitive political issue because migrants embody the risk of globalization and the regional variant free market European integration. They also offer a more tangible target for demarcation than the international corporations, and investors always stay more anonymous. Now then, in 2011, the southern European countries were dragged down by the euro and sovereign debt crisis. Italy suffered a slump in industrial production and other indicators similar deep to that in Czechoslovakia or Hungary after '89. So la crisi has become a trauma for many families, and especially the young generation. By the way, not all of that can be blamed on neoliberalism. There are also other factors at play. Now, the technocratic governments which came to power in southern Europe in 2011 essentially followed still the list of measures set out by the Washington Consensus. But the austerity programs, they triggered a downward spiral, while the labor market and social reforms did not go very far. In contrast to Eastern Europe in the 90s, there were very little foreign direct investment, and the fundamental political problem is that such neoliberal reforms do not lead nowhere to quick economic recovery, at least not before the next elections. So also in Italy, the liberals and the reformist social democrats paid a hefty political price at the ballot box. In Italy, the left-wing populist Movimento 5 Stelle and the right-wing Lega received more than 30% of the votes. Then in 2016, the Partito Democratico lost the plebiscite about a constitutional reform, and in 2018, they were voted out of government. Now, by coincidence, they're back in because the leader of the Lega, Salvini, overplayed his cards. Nevertheless, if the economy does not recover from the COVID crisis, the far right might be voted to power in a few years. So the danger is not gone. Why I'm pointing at Italy? Because the recent history of Italy, and before, by the way, also Poland, provides another lesson. If right and left-wing populists compete, the right is always winning. The reason is probably quite simple. Nationalism is a more effective rallying cry than the left criticism of global capitalism. Now, chapter 4, from neoliberalism to anti-liberalism, so deeper in the mess yet. When the existing order proves too unsettling or no longer seems sustainable, this provokes counter-movements. In his book, The Great Transformation, Karl Polanyi developed a series and concepts that allow us to grasp the end of transformation as it was understood after '89. For Polanyi, who wrote all this 76 years ago, the globalized free market is in conflict with people's need for social protection. Hence, there always arose double movements, counter-movements opposing globalized capitalism. Our problem today is not the counter-movements themselves, but who is driving them and which ideologies they are associated with. And this brings me to anti-liberalism. Also, I'm a little careful with the suffix "ism," since we are not talking about a fixed ideology. Eastern Europe had been a pioneer of neoliberal reforms, and also Eastern Germany, by the way, but also of the subsequent anti-liberal rebellion against them. In the 90s, the reforms were pushed through with variants of such a slogan, "There is no alternative." And this worked well for quite a while, but at a price for democracy. The electorate was demobilized, more and more people abstained from the elections. Now, in Poland, the pioneer of the pro-market reforms, voter participation dropped below 50% after '95, and much in the United States. So the crisis of liberal democracy, which became such a almost fashionable topic in academia in 2016, well, that was not new at all. Research on populism cannot find consensus concerning the extent to which the very different movements and parties are conglomerates acting opportunistically, this is in the very term populism, right? Or ideologically, or the extent to which left-wing and right-wing populists should be examined together. If we foreground the construction of a true people and the ethno-national redefinition of the nation and visit the electorate, then we cannot include the left-wing populists. Now, all populist parties began usually as protest movements, and indeed, most of the voters initially were the losers of post-communist transformation and, in the West, the losers of globalization. But they also receive support from much broader swaths of the middle classes, as I mentioned before. Now, there's currently a lively debate among political scientists regarding the extent to which right-wing populism rather should be seen as a conglomerate, exploiting various ideologies and using new forms of political mobilization, or whether the ideological orientation should receive greater emphasis. For a historian who has worked in comparative nationalism research, that's what I did in the 0 years a lot, there's quite a coherent ideology that one might characterize as a bundle of promises of protection and security. The right-wing populists promise protection from international competition in the economy, hence the turn against free trade, especially in the UK and the US. They promise protection of the domestic labor market from foreign competition, hence the agitation against illegal immigrants. They promise protection from criminality, also it has been decreasing for years, and protection from terrorism. Of course, now always used with the modifier Islamic. And they promise preservation of national values and the traditional family with clearly defined gender roles. And I think this entire worldview is stringently illiberal. Now, this illiberalism holds such a strong sway because it presents itself as an alternative to the existing system. In Germany, this is of course expressed in the very name of the party, Alternative for Germany, representing an antithesis to this, there is no alternative. Now, of course, since a number of years now, right-wing populism has become a part of the system itself, at least in those countries in which right-wing populists are in government. In the US, if we remember, the moderate conservatives thought Donald Trump would show restraint once he held the high office of president. So it's also the problem of the conservatives, of course, the mainstream conservatives. Now, the opposite, as we all know, has been the case, partly due to the right-wing nationalist ideologues around him who gained attention not just in the media, but above all in their own peer group for their radical positions. And this is something known from nationalism since the 19th century. The louder you cry, the more radical, the more attention you get. And I think the constant repetition of nationalist propaganda has an impact not only on the target audience, on the societies, but on the ones who are saying it. I think we can assume that Orban, for instance, has come to believe his own pronouncement on Muslims are Soros. Now, can this dangerous self-radicalizing illiberalism be traced back to neoliberalism all around? I think this would be to overestimate the history of ideas and the influence of reform politicians, and it would underestimate social and cultural momentum and dynamics. So as a historian, from time to time one has to stress contingencies, and besides that, an apparently similar result, the rise of right-wing populists and nationalists, can have very different causes in different countries and regions. And again, it always depends on the position of the mainstream conservatives. Now, with reference to Polanyi, the interesting question is why the pendulum did not swing to the democratic left after the crisis of 2009, but towards right-wing nationalism. I think it's little use here to point with the finger again at those bad right-wing populists. The moderate left was no longer able to function as a corrective since it had become too close with corporations and the stock exchange after '89. To conclude, concerning the continuities between neoliberalism and illiberalism, there are, of course, some. Both neoliberals and illiberals fundamentally reject public debates and deliberation, which is a hallmark of traditional liberalism. And they repeat the claim that there is no alternative in their own way. These dissenting opinions are dismissed as fake news. What illiberalism and neoliberalism also have in common is contempt for certain sections of the population. Foreigners, minorities, and the losers of transformation, so-called white trash, the homeless. I think the social reforms and cuts since the 90s were in essence a strategy of mobilization through fear. The unemployed and the poor, who did not accept low-paid jobs and other conditions of the neoliberal state, were threatened with even more poverty or social declassification. In short words, the neoliberals permitted and promoted punching down, and they brought up fears. And the right-wing nationalists, they exploit those fears and punch down and sidewards in the ethno-national sense. The final chapter, so to say, now a more optimistic and positive one. An internationalist response. Neoliberalism was very internationalist, one should never forget that. They always point to models in other countries to implement reforms in their own given countries. And so how, could we define a different kind of internationalism, which after all has existed in the past? And how can the EU, how can liberal democracies get out of this political dead end? Of course, that might be even more difficult now as a result of the COVID-19 pandemics, which will for sure aggravate social tensions. The pandemic has also strengthened nationalism on various levels. Borders have been closed, which has been surprisingly popular, if you look at public opinion surveys. And the virus has been presented as a foreign danger more or less everywhere. But I think the current crisis also offers a chance, as every crisis. And this can be seen on a political level. Very recently, at the very moment when the European Union looked really weak and almost appeared to fall apart to its single components, the nation states, it suddenly moved together. In order to fight the economic crisis resulting from COVID-19, the EU member states have opted for more integration, at least for now. So the EU is issuing joint debts and is allowed to raise taxes for the first time. This would have been unimaginable during the global financial and then the euro crisis 10 years ago. And it also shows that maybe some learning from history unconsciously is possible. But I also see dangers ahead. The 750 billion crisis package was designed as an immediate relief program for a brief pandemic. It might be insufficient if COVID-19 drags on or gets worse. And the member states of the EU are starting on top of all that from a very different basis. Of course, it will be much more difficult to revive the Spanish economy or the Italian, La Crisi never was resolved, than the German or the Austrian economy. So this is a big problem. And every single crisis in the past 30 years, I can count, of course, many of them, but I don't do that for time constraints, has led to a rising divergence between rich and poor on an international and a national level. So between countries, but also within countries, between regions, local, urban, rural, and so on. And at least at the moment, some of this scenario is repeating itself. Worst hit, for example, is the service sector proletariat at the moment. However, the main problem in Europe is the still existing welfare system is not that the poor are becoming much poorer, but there are so many new poor. Among them, of course, many artists, actors, musicians, and photographers. This inspired me very early when Der Spiegel asked me for an essay about, the historical look upon pandemics in March. I already wrote then that there should be probably a solidarity fund where regularly employed people, including myself, who is working at a university and received a regular salary every month, might contribute something for funds, for independent artists and so on. So this is all looming large, I think, in the future. Who is going to pay the bill for all the problems we're having? Now, another problem are maybe, coming back to the EU, the too high expectations. Now, the EU Commission has issued this relief program, but what can it actually do? It is only a 30-something thousand people administration, bureaucracy. This is the third of the size of the public service in Berlin. And hence, the European Commission cannot rebuild Europe. This task is left to the single member states. Now, what can the single member states do? Public administrations have been hollowed out by neoliberal policies. And so probably the state does not have the capacity to enact a New Deal, let alone a Green New Deal. There are no government agencies or, a state sector, whatever that means, but it existed in the past, in the post-war period. There are no government agencies who could build large infrastructures like, I don't know, in solar energy or electrified gas stations and so on. Now, of course, private companies can do that, but when will they do it and how and with what kind of profit expectations? And this makes me somewhat skeptical, right? So who can do it? And I think beneath the level of the European Commission and this European level, I think much more mutual assistance is needed between European governments and societies on a multilateral or bilateral level. So why couldn't Italian or Austrian companies help Germany a little bit to close some of the gaping holes in the internet and mobile phone infrastructure? You probably know how to do that, whereas German companies are pretty strong in building up, solar infrastructure, so they might help Italy on that level, and why not do that directly? Now, this is out of our reach, of course, as academics and also as artists, but this is why I think the initiative of the Academy of Arts is important and it's much needed. Of course, it can only be relevant in a small and somewhat symbolic sector, but I think that active solidarity, mutual assistance is needed on all institutional levels, from the national down to the local level. Independent artists, actors, and musicians are greatly endangered by poverty all over Europe, and so international programs, assistance beyond borders would help to fight that poverty, to raise public visibility, to bring it up on the table, and to simply maybe also have more art in public life everywhere to outreach. I think this would also be very important to counterbalance the old and new nationalism. Basil Kerski yesterday evening said about his Center of European Solidarity, we do not want to be alone. And I think he said this also about himself. And I think this is all the more important in the times of COVID-19. And there might be other possibilities to start this. For example, if you think about the situation in Belarus, after all, a European country like Ukraine and a very pro-European country, well, there is an initiative by the German Association of Eastern European Studies to provide stipends, for really actively threatened people, but also to help them to stay there. So maybe that would be a possibility also for academia and the arts to start a multilateral action for that. And then last but not least, if you think about the long history of the left, from which tradition also Polanyi wrote all his books, much of that was built up through decades of what was called organic work. In Polish, the term is much more known, praca organiczna. So how did it start? With associations, unions, so to say, from below. Now, there's the question, how much we could contribute to that, but there's an obvious target, the service sector proletariat and the transnational one, and maybe it also could be targeted by this Alliance of Academics. But anyway, I hope very much that I could offer some thoughts, some useful thoughts for this program, and that the program itself will help artists and to reach people all over Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philipp Ther. If I may ask, yes, your glass. If I may ask you to stay for a while with us here. So, thank you for this very dense and rich insight. And thank you in particular for leaving your role as a historian in the last part and joining us on the search for something, you call it a new social and liberal version of internationalism. I mean, this is maybe the elephant in the room we are looking for. We are now going into the discussion. As in the morning, I would like to ask you, as in the morning, if you want to participate, please give me a sign. The Zoom participants, please use the Zoom button for participating. Please introduce yourself and let's discuss about what Philipp Ther announced. Maybe to start with one question to get it right, what you said. You described the rise of nationalism as a direct reaction to the discreditation of globalization caused by the neoliberalism, by paradigm of economy. In other words, that's the question. Is the nationalism we are facing today, is it just a reaction or is it a power in itself?
Oh, of course, both. I mean, it was always there. It was never, gone. I mean, this is what Erich Hobsbawm and other historians were hoping for, that, with post-war reconstruction of Western Europe, European integration, that it was go away. It was hoped again after the enlargement of the European Union, and now there's this backlash. Then, of course, it also is a force in itself. This is why I pointed out to these dynamics, right? The self-radicalization, and this is, I think, where we have the real danger. Plus, they were very strong in social media. I mean, if you count, a friend of mine, he has a, so to say, something like Cambridge Analytica, but a good company, benign one, in Budapest, Barkamo Social, and they are analyzing social media discourses, and their nationalism is much more pervasive and much more active. And I think, just to counter the noise of all that is important. That even sometimes I'm also kind of getting desperate, because I think with all my books and all what I'm doing, maybe I'm just preaching to, so to say, the good ones, and then what does it help? But even, just creating, so to say, speech, right, and a counter discourse, I think this is by itself important enough, precisely because this nationalism is not just an ism, it is dynamic. And there is this danger of radicalization, and there's also the danger of, you know, the moderate right making the wrong compromises, which you can see on a political level with multiple examples. You know, Orban still being a member of the EVP, not acting against chasing out the Central European University. I mean, not even the communists dare to do that. You know, close the university in post-war Europe, and now it's happening. And what is no counteraction because of think of majorities. So it is there. It is radicalizing, and it is very dangerous. Yeah.
Thank you. I will have a look around whether there are any remarks, questions. I mean, what you did in your tour d'horizon was to give an idea of in some way of a unified Europe, because the nationalism you describe, it's not a nationalism which is exclusive for one part of Europe or another one. It's more or less a European widespread nationalism. You used the terms Westernization and Easternization. Maybe you can explain a little bit what you mean with Westernization and in particular Easternization, because that's the new one.
Now, these are two things, and I try to be brief in order not to talk too much and suffocate the discussion and the questions. Now, Westernization was the original goal of the transformation, you know, that return to Europe and all that, right? Also, it had a richer meaning. So the idea that these countries would become Western, which is, of course, an interesting idea, because then if they, you know, change so much, then what is happening with the West itself? So the whole idea of transformation is twisted and regionalized. They change, and we don't change. We did. But nevertheless, the original goal was Westernization, but then what's happening de facto was, so to say, in the German case, this is a particular more German argument, but it's also true for the European level, if you look at wage levels and so on in Italy, is that, so to say, social standards, wage levels, etc., are lowered. Because the Western countries also think, well, they have to compete with the post-communist countries, and because of that, so this was always the argument. So this is, so to say, how I framed the debate.
Thank you. Once again, I look around. President.
Do you believe that a transnational try, like we are trying to do at the moment, do you believe that we have any chance to come through against nationalism? That means each one of the countries which are represented here today, also through internet today, each one has different problems and different things to deal about. But my question is there a hope that we, through a European dream that is not only European, but is an open European dream, an open continent which is not closing its doors to others, is there a hope that we can cope with nationalism through this kind of solidarity? This is maybe a little idealistic question, but please.
Yes, there's a hope and there's a chance of action, absolutely. I mean, look, for example, at the Visegrad Four, right? On a political level, presenting themselves, also they're quite different, by the way. But presenting themselves, so to say, as, you know, critical against the European Union and very much anti-liberal in many areas, not all, but very many, especially in migration policies. Okay, so this is the V4, right? How they present themselves. And, but there's also the initiative of the V4 capital cities. Bratislava, Prague, Warsaw, and even in Budapest, they're all governed by, you know, one can say moderate left, liberal mayors. So there, the moderate left did win majorities, also as a counter-reaction to the national governments and the massive corruption we are seeing there, which is, by the way, also different from country to country, the worst in Hungary. This is the real problem, by the way. And nationalism just is a tool to deflect from that. But anyway, so there's this initiative. Okay, there are these cities, and of course they have academies of arts and still independent institutions. Also in Hungary, you're cooperating with one. There are also associations, so there's tons of things which can be done. It's not easy because of legal regulations in the case of Hungary, but it can be done. And, you know, Basil Kerski, we don't want to be alone. And they shouldn't be left alone, and there can be many actions. And even if it is on a symbolic level, through support, you know, social media, it's money, but it's not only money. I think this is important, and a lot can be done also within the countries. And yes, so absolutely, there's hope that it can be counteracted. And even if you think you're pessimistic, say there's little hope, nevertheless, this doesn't change the need to counteract on various levels. Now, of course, this is, you know, what can we do as academics or as academic institutions, arts institution, you know, exchange, invite people, support activities, donate things. You know, there's many things one can do. On a political level, of course, one can do much more. That's clear. And one is the EU funds for Eastern Europe need to be funneled not through the national governments alone, but on various levels. Okay, this is the high political level. But there's also a very basic level, and I think that is also equally important to reach out and to cooperate with these institutions. And, yeah. Mm-hmm. And it will change things on the local level. You can be assured. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. Please.
Thank you. Dominika Kasprowicz, Villadesius, Krakow, again. I wanted to make a short comment on three things. First, the populism itself. Second, the electoral reservoirs. And the third, what at least I think we, as are here, can do to handle. And I wouldn't be so brave to take up such a topic if I would not research it for a while, like 12 years, before I entered the cultural sector. I spent a few years researching the populist radical right in academia. So, as to the populism, I would like to make two comments. It was very inspiring, as mentioned, very dense, and thank you very much, because it's really a challenge to squeeze in all the things, and you did it great. As to populism, I think it's also worth to mention that this phenomena is a wave-like phenomena, that we had the waves of populism in the past, and we can expect the one that we are living now in also to be gone in a kind of moment, historical moment. But what also has to be also acknowledged is the fact that populism is an immanent feature of democracy, representative democracies. I don't want to get into the details, but this is also something that we should keep in mind. And also because going away from the democratic order can be a trick way to set in stone the populist rule. So it starts within the democratic framework, but once we do not talk about the democracies anymore, so Polish case can be one of the examples, this drive towards the authoritarian regime, it can be really dangerous. Second, as to electoral reservoir, I'm totally with you when saying that it is an appeal that reaches the so-called losers of transformation. We know it. This is the appeal that goes directly to those who didn't manage to capitalize on the neoliberal reforms in the late 90s, let's say so, and early 2000. It's also about the middle class, but it is also about those who do not belong to any of the above-mentioned groups, but also who were longing for regaining their sense of self-agency, who were longing for the collective identity the pillars of collective identity, who were really in front of counteracting the dominant elitistic debates. I'm saying this to turn your attention to the aspect of populism and electoral support that was not mentioned, but it's important in the context of our everyday work. It's an axiological dimension. Because obviously politics, it's about the values and it's about emotions, even if we are not talking about it too much, or we haven't today. So the third thing, and I'm about to finish, when we think about this axiological underpinning, and the solidarity definitively is something that we can work on. Second thing, you said that the populist electorates were driven by fear. Obviously it's true, and this is the emotion that drives the politics as such since the beginnings. But still, we need to think also about another emotion or another feeling. This is the longing. If we change the perspective a bit and think of those who are eager to support, to follow this appeal of the demos and so on, and we think of them as those who long for, it also changes a perspective, but also opens quite a wide window for us, cultural operators, academics, artists, to work on the topic and with the public. So the last word I wanted to say, that I started to figure out what does it mean to long for. And this is a bunch of biochemical reactions, but somewhere in between the individual interest we want to reach and the collective experience we want to regain. And somewhere in between, this feeling of longing appears. And after entering the cultural sector and becoming the director of the Villa Decius, I realized that this is something we actually can do, to work with the wide audience, to work on this emotion and to deliver as many tools as possible to contrast them with these overwhelming feelings that sometimes end in a fatal way. And I'm very happy to find in our manifesto very many things, words, and expressions that actually are in line with this wish of mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to react?
Yes, I could. Thank you for this really very smart and almost philosophical comments. But I don't want to, have a bilateral debate. Maybe it's better to bring other people. I don't want to dominate it that much. You're absolutely right with this longing. I would agree, and it especially comes from this. This is a strong motivation, and it has to do with participation and having a voice on the political level, but also on an everyday level. You're absolutely right about that. And that can be, so to say, exploited. Or one can work with that to express it in another way. And I think, yes, you're right. It really offers many chances for academia and the arts. There's just the question how to move out. But anyway, one needs to move out. That is definitely then needed. And then there's the question how, and how one creates, so to say, a participative element in academia, and there's many possibilities. There's a good side about social media, right? They're reactive, one can communicate. And at my research institution, I established a research center for transformations with a big grant last year. And we do send out people, anthropologists, also, to come close and not remain, so to say, in a closed room. This is very important, and it might trigger new dynamics, especially with young people. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's actually the pandemic that delivers some of the tools, because one of the possible answers, I don't want to oversimplify, but one of them is crowdfunding.
Yes. Crowdfunding, but also different ways to express themselves. And for example, I mean, if you move on the literary level, there is this long tradition of writing memoirs, ego documents, especially in Poland. Of course, it's a national tradition. Well, and not. It exists in other countries as well. And that, for example, could be something which is working and which has worked well in the past. I mean, I'm quite sure that the children who expressed their past anxieties about the transformation and, so to say, who expressed that trauma, I'm very sure that they moved on in their lives.
We have here in the room, we have two further remarks. I don't have any. I hope the technique works. I have no remark or no question by the Zoom participants. Once again, please get in touch with us. So, Mr. Marsch is in here.
Ernst Osterkamp, Deutsche Akademie für Sprache und Dichtung. Ich habe eine sehr generelle Frage, die mich aber wirklich
Poetics. I have one question that I'm thinking about. How homogeneous is the European right? Is the common idea only nationalism and anti-liberalism, or are the positions in different countries not very divergent? Are they not, the perspectives for the future not very unclear between, and the European left could split them up a little bit more. What do you think? Should I answer?
Yes, you are definitely right. I mean, they are different from country to country. For example, there can be, pro-gay and, sexually liberal, like in the Netherlands, and be completely against, like in Poland. Yes, there's a large degree of difference, and we're also running a project, a colleague of mine, Agnieszka Paszeka, is doing that, comparing them. Well, in spite of these differences, they are cooperating surprisingly well on a transnational level. And have meetings and all that. I'm very glad that Austria is not the meeting spot anymore at the moment. This was very embarrassing and should have been counteracted. But the internationalism of nationalisms, it seems like a paradox, but it can work pretty well. Maybe also on a habitual level, what brings these people together. Yes, one could exploit these differences, but they don't hinder them from participation. So I'm afraid that the dynamics work in a different way.
So yeah, my name is Christopher Gansing, and I'm professor and director of a new Center for Artistic Research in Copenhagen at the Academy of Fine Arts there, that also gathers 6 other art institutions in Denmark. So much for introduction, but I'd like to pick up on this really interesting point that you made in your speech about similarities between illiberalism and neoliberalism, and you were talking about how both kind of reject certain debates and also reject even groups of people. But if we take also what you said about the isms as not really isms, maybe more, if I understand correctly, as tendencies and ideological forces in society, I was wondering if we could talk a bit more about how this also is affecting what we understand as the left, which is maybe connecting to the previous question, as not being completely homogeneous. And I'm thinking especially about the different kind of splits that we're seeing, for example, between what we could call as maybe an old progressive left. We could take issues like in feminism around transgender questions and the difference towards a new intersectional left, similar discussions that are happening in around questions of migration, where you really have like this same kind of heated polarized debates through, of course, also social media, where often artistic freedom or freedom of speech are being evoked in order to effectively silence certain voices. And I think we are far too little discussing these kind of also internal splits, because we seem to be focusing on the creation of a universally inclusive somehow alliance. But maybe what we need to create is something like Butler has called, and Judith Butler has called, an easy alliance. And how do you get this access to people that might not have a clear-cut ideological orientation in this, but are affected by these different tendencies? And I'm wondering if, I don't know if you have a comment to these kind of more internal splits and how we deal with that.
Maybe we collect a little bit, so not to have a bilateral, because we have a Zoom. We have, if I spell it right, Joseph Ferenc, please.
Okay.
Come in.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm from Budapest, Hungary, and I'm the executive president of Széchenyi Academy of Letters and Arts. It's an independent body vaguely related to the mutilated Hungarian Academy of Sciences, which had a similar fate to Central European University. Thank you, Professor Ther, for this lecture and for your incisive analysis of the Hungarian situation as well. I don't know what you think about this issue. I've been wondering for long years if the present Prime Minister of Hungary follows some sort of an ideology at all. We all know that he started as member of the Communist Youth Party and then switched over to liberalism and then to populism. But it seems to be, the focus seems to be sheer power, grabbing power. So we have these phrases like right-wing conservatism, which is fine. I would not sign up for that, but I think it is a acceptable political, philosophical ideology. Populism, which the issue of which has been raised so many times this afternoon, I think is a means, and I do sense some sort of a difference between populisms, let's say, in Great Britain or the United States, or in certain Eastern European countries, including Hungary. I'm sure you have read the book by Fintan O'Toole, the Irish political commentator and cultural critic, Heroic Failure, the politics of pain, Brexit and the politics of pain. And it goes back to what the Polish colleague indicated, that there is a longing, very powerful longing in sort of crowds, and that might change the situation. But Fintan O'Toole argues that the rise of neo-nationalism, or this thing in Britain that led to Brexit, was a similar longing. And that seems to be an interesting question. But then we have the dividing line is I'm sure, is not between, to some extent it is, between right and left, but more like authoritarian, autocratic political system leadership or democracy. And unfortunately, after the couple of few years after the changes back in the early 90s, that happened, the changes turned out to be somewhat chaotic. And the present Hungarian Prime Minister did not ride the wave of the economic crisis only, since back from where he lost the previous election, he was building up a sort of a takeover and instigating crowds. Remember the attack on the Hungarian TV headquarters, which was the former stock exchange palace, and it is still empty now, never recovered from vandalism. This I find well, rather dispiriting, since all these words is a cover word, illiberalism. It means practically nothing, or it can mean anything. But people, 3 million Hungarian people live under the poverty line. Another 3 million around the poverty line. So the question which has been raised by several of the contributors is, how can we reach people? We can reach only a very, very thin layer, and no wonder why media has been demolished, independent media, by the ruling government, and education has been kept at a very low standard in Hungary. But I stop here and I just repeat the question. Do you think there is indeed any sort of an ideology there in the politics of the present Hungarian ruling party? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start with the second question, if I may. Well, you're right. You know, there have been many changes. So there once upon a time there was a neoliberal Orban. Then came the illiberal, which has been a very useful term for him. Then Christian democratic, and so on. He moves on. Yes, definitely. But there's an increasingly nationalist Orban, and I think there's a core to that. Of course, we know that the worst nationalists, even like Milosevic, can be very cynical and then traitors to the nation. Nevertheless, I would argue that he by now believes in that. And well, there is an ideology in certain ways which is pure power. You know, we cannot define it as an ideology, right? But the quest for power is very strong, and there might even be a danger in the lack of clear-cut ideological profile, for example, compared to Poland, because then what do you do with if you have the power and the power has become an ideology? Nevertheless, you need to fill it with some values, and I think this is again where nationalism comes in. If it is about pure power, which unfortunately seems also to be true for the Republican Party in the States, then there needs to be an ex post legitimization. So even the people who might not, be pure nationalists, even Trump maybe isn't, who are first and foremost cynics, then they come to play with nationalism, and then there will be these dynamics of radicalization. I mean, the other thing about power itself being an ideology, of course, power is a lot about money. And this is the really weak side, I think, because the tremendous amount of corruption, which is so visible, that might create a problem in the long run. Now, and then the question about the left there, and what is the left? Especially in Denmark, right, with the move of the Social Democratic Party. But by and large, I think one can distinguish, maybe this is too black and white, but I would say there's a more traditional left, more, closer to the unions and closer to the traditional electorate, lower middle class. And there's a more, so to say, postmodern left, which I would, one could characterize as a culturalist left, which has a different layer of support. And I've witnessed this change in the past year. In 2018-19, I was invited to New York as a visiting professor at NYU, and then I sent my kids to the public school, and the voting district, it's overwhelmingly democratic, but there's a large amount of social problems, even in the rich village. A lot of poor people and creating, various challenges for the schools and so on. And as I said, overwhelmingly democratic, with a very high medium income. And then, you looked at the social representation of the schools. There were various interest groups forming in the schools. And we had, it's the village, right? But in this, very, for American standards, so to say, left, if not, for the Midwestern imagination, almost socialist district, we had a representation of gay parents, we had a representation of trans parents. So there were a lot of LGBT groups active in the school. I wrote this in my recent book, in the Other Ends of History, and this observation, but there was no representation for poor kids. And so after this experience, it might be a very personal argument, but I prefer that now. After this experience, I became even more skeptical about, this culturalist, postmodern left, and I wondered, who cares for the service sector proletariat, which was surrounding everything and everybody? And I think this is, so to say, the main challenge. But yes, there are a split, and one should not make the mistake to portray it as one homogeneous being. Of course, also not what we might call right-wing populists and nationalists. It can be pretty diverse. So, but anyway, so these are, maybe ways how to distinguish that, and then to develop also strategy for the arts. If indeed, and I completely agree with you, if there's this longing, this is also about participation, then maybe one should think about, how can one term it? Participative arts, or, this is a spontaneous idea now, or the good old-fashioned, I don't know, democratic arts. Yeah, that would be inclusive. I always try to define things positively, because I think this is also so important to get away out of us having so much fear from the right-wing nationalists, and being feeling that we are overwhelmed and losing. And there's many things one can do. But anyway, this would come back then to this question of participation and what one can do with that, which is, of course, again, complicated and not easy.
Thank you. We have another contribution before the coffee break. It comes from Kristaps Tsarins. Please.
From
Latvia, if I got it right, yes?
Yeah, the name. You hear me? Yes. Hello, everybody. I would like to say that if we return back to art and art education, then there is a great tool, Alliances of Europe universities. And I am a representative of Latvia, And in our alliance is Academy of Art from Rome, Academy of Art from Budapest, and Academy of Art from Dresden. And we create all together the program in fine art when our students could do exchange and also stuff. And it's, in my eyes, this is a good way how could collaborate art schools and also artists, because our colleagues also is the museums and art organizations. And in my eyes, is in a speech of lecture, there was question how we could collaborate and forget about East and West, but just think about common Europe space. And this, I think, it's one of issue of our conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is I guess that is a perfect bridge to the discussion we will have after the coffee break, because it is about the Alliance and what the Alliance is going to be and to do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Ther, for this discussion. Yes, please, feel free to. So I have a look for the clock. We have now 3:20. If you agree, we have half an hour coffee break, and we start at 3:50 here to have time for the internal discussion. Thank you, and the Zoom participants, we will be back at 3:50. Thank you.